All right, good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started this evening on Tech Thursdays, episode 117. We're going to talk about PCIe because I think that's the main thing that I've been focusing on in the past week. We'll also talk about Intel and the future of Intel, as well as the tech space, particularly Microsoft, because there were a lot of layoffs and shakeups in the gaming industry, but also just Microsoft in general, as well as AMD's upcoming Zen 6 architecture slated for next year. So those are the main topics. We are going to start off talking about this motherboard as shown here. This is the NZXT N9 X870E. It recently finally launched. I know we talked about this motherboard last year with the launch of all of the X870 motherboards, but for some reason this one never showed up until recently. So we're going to talk about this one. Tech Power Up did a very good article, which we're going to look at. That's basically where I got this stock image here. So we'll probably start off with this, and then we'll go and talk about the other stuff, because I think this one, people are probably interested in this because there's a lot of people, you know, the summer is a good time right now to be doing a PC build. There's a lot of good tech deals. Prime Day was very recent. I think it was today or yesterday, and then Micro Center also had their July 4th holiday sales weekend last weekend. So there were some really, really good tech deals. I think Newegg also has a lot of price matched deals to match up with those guys. But yeah, so NZXT, they have a motherboard, the N9 X870E. Now, NZXT, if you don't know who they are, they were known for making computer cases in the, I want to say they started out, if memory serves correct, they were selling computer cases in the early 2000s. Maybe they were in the late 90s, but as far as I remember, they were in the 2000s, because I know this because my very first computer case was an NZXT Nemesis case with my ancient AMD Athlon 64 CPU, single core, single thread CPU. That was my very first computer that I built. So that's why I understand the NZXT brand. I have a couple of NZXT cases over the years. We did a live stream build last year featuring an NZXT. I think it was an NZXT N7 Flow 2023 or 2024 edition, if memory serves. Yeah, so they have motherboards. Now, they don't actually make their own motherboards. So, who here can tell me who is the OEM that they contracted to make this motherboard? Who makes the NZXT N9 X8? Oh wow, Safi I couldn't even finish the sentence. Safi already got it. ASRock, that is correct. So this motherboard is an ASRock motherboard in disguise as an NZXT N9 X870E. Now, what's funny is this motherboard retails for $499 or somewhere around $500. So this is basically a flagship motherboard. The ASRock equivalent to this would, in terms of price, now I don't know about feature set, we have to look at this motherboard in depth, but in terms of feature set, in terms of price point, I should say, the closest priced ASRock equivalent to this would be the ASRock X870E Tai Chi. So this is going to be similar to the Taichi. I would expect it to be, at least, in terms of the feature set, like what it offers in terms of like number of M.2 drives, number of USB ports, PCIe Express layout, that kind of thing. So let's see what it has. It has... So, hold on. Maybe we should go to the product. So this is... Okay, so here is the official website. This is NZXT's website, and this is the motherboard. It comes in either white or black. So if you're doing a white build, this could be a good choice. This is a flagship motherboard. And if you're someone who is familiar with ASRock's BIOS, you will feel right at home using the NZXT motherboard, because as we'll find out looking through Tech Power Up's review, the UEFI menu is basically identical to the ASRock BIOS, and that's a dead giveaway that ASRock is the manufacturer. Okay, so let's look at the key specs here. Well, that's not really what I'm looking for, but okay. Okay, here we go. So it supports all of the Zen, all the AM5 CPUs. So basically, you can be on a Ryzen 7000, you can be on a Ryzen 9000, both of them will work. 4 sticks of DDR5, dual channel. It supports extreme memory profiles, also known as XMP, as well as extended profiles for overclocking, which is known as Expo. So it supports both of them. This is basically just like everyone else. And then it has, so for the expansion slots, it has a PCIe 5.0 X16. So this is where the graphics card would go. And then it has a second PCIe slot, but this one is PCIe Gen 3, and it is physically X16, but it is electrically X2. So this is similar to what we have seen on the ASRock Phantom Gaming Nova. So, because the Nova features a PCIe 3.0, I'm pretty sure it's PCIe 3.0 X2. So, actually, that is very interesting, because remember, they are charging with the sale with $20 off, $480. But the bottom slot is identical to what is featured on the $350 ASRock Nova. And remember that this motherboard is manufactured by ASRock. So I would imagine that you have to keep in mind, because NZXT has contracted ASRock to build this motherboard, they're going to have their markup price because they need to get their profit margin off of selling this motherboard to consumers. So they pay ASRock to build it, but then they themselves are going to market it and sell it as their own product. That's typical of like how any sort of AIB sort of product works. So it sounds like this motherboard, at least looking at this, is actually not equivalent to the Taichi, which is a similarly priced. It's actually cheaper than this. The Taichi is like a $450 motherboard. So it's actually not as equipped as a Taichi, and it is actually equipped more similar to the ASRock Nova, which is a $350 motherboard, which is not a flagship motherboard from ASRock. So that is something to note. Okay, it has one Gen 5 SSD slot and 3 Gen 4 SSD slots. All of them run, every single one of them runs at X4 lanes, and then it has 4 SATA ports. This is very, very standard. When I see this, this is what I call the typical storage feature set for any X870E motherboard. This is like standard stuff, so nothing here sounds insanely crazy or above and beyond. All right, LAN. 5 gig Realtek LAN. So it does not have dual LAN. Most people don't care, so that's not really a deal breaker. So this is actually quite similar to the Nova has a 5 gig LAN and it does not have dual LAN. So it's looking more and more like it is very similar to the ASRock Nova. Tri-band Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth version 5.4. It has the Realtek ALC 4082 codec. So pretty standard stuff. And then we've got on the back here, it has on the board, you can add 2 USB 2.0 headers. So one of those could be for like a Corsair AIO or something. The other one could go to like the front panel of a computer case. And then it has 2 3.2 Gen 1 headers. And then it has 1 USB 3.2 Gen 2x2. Gen 2x2 means 20 gigabit. So it has a front panel 20 gigabit, a single USB-C form factor. And then you've got your power button, reset, post LEDs, digital debug LED. I like how they call this digital debug LED. I always call it postcode debug. But that basically means it has the numbers right there. You can see it has the numbers, so that's good. I would expect that on a almost $500, basically a $500 board, it better have this thing. So it does have that. We look at the back here. So it has 2, 4, 6, 8 USB type, oh, actually 10, counting these two down here, 10 USB type A, and then it has the dual 40 gigabit USB 4, which we have done videos on very recently on this channel. So it's all X870 and X870 motherboards feature this, so this is standard equipment. So again, nothing really, it has a clear CMOS, that's very good, it has a BIOS flashback, and then Wi-Fi 7. So pretty standard. I like how it has ventilation here. It's got like holes here to vent out the air. I don't know if that means it has active cooling on the I/O shroud. I don't think it does. And you can see when you remove the heatsink, it has the big, thick Gen 5 heatsink right there. It's relatively tall. That looks very robust. This heatsink for the Gen 5 looks superior to what we have seen on MSI. It looks like it's probably equal to ASRock and Asus, but probably inferior to Gigabyte. Gigabyte currently still has the absolute best Gen 5 heatsink included with their motherboards. Second would be ASRock and Asus, and MSI is kind of like last place because MSI has focused more on style over function. But anyway, and then it has this big plate here for the rest of the M.2 drives. Right-angled connectors for SATA for USB 3.0. So keep that in mind. It's right angle, but they have another one down here. So it looks like they have 2 USB 3.1. Some kind of weird debug thing here. And then you have your front panel. So everything looks standard. You have a power and reset button physically on the motherboard. And this is kind of what they did to kind of show what it looks like in this is actually the NZXT case that I did a build on last year. This is the N7 Flow. So yeah, that doesn't look too bad. So let's go ahead and look at the review here to see what they think of it. So what comes in the box? So you can see the box looks like this. It is available for those of you in Canada. You can order this motherboard off of Newegg. It is available for Canadian customers. I don't know when the rest of the world, including the US, will get these in stock. I don't know why NZXT has been very, very slow to roll out their motherboard when every X870 motherboard has been launched for like months now. It's been almost a year. Well, I won't say it's almost a year. The X870E launched September 30th of last year. So we are currently in Q3, and these motherboards launched at the very end of Q3 of last year. So, you know, it's almost been a year. It's been like, what, like 9 months at this point? No backplate on the back. So that is a huge letdown for a $500 motherboard. I would have expected a backplate. So just, there's no backplate. This is what it looks like with all the lights turned off. This is what it looks like with all the heat sinks removed. So with the heat sinks removed, you can see the dual chipsets down here. These are the Promontory 21s. So you have your middle one that links directly to the CPU. Then you have your downlink one that links to the middle one. And you have your NVMEs over here. So similar to the, well, actually not similar to the Taichi. So I guess similar to the Nova, it has a single M.2 Gen 5 that does have a thermal pad on the top and the bottom, but it looks like the rest of the M.2 drives do not have a bottom side thermal pad. So again, it seems rather pricey for what is on offer here. For $500, you're getting what appears to be an ASRock Nova, except it doesn't have a backplate, whereas the Nova is $350 and includes a full backplate. So that is one thing that sticks out in my mind, and I'm someone who's always looking for value, but I do understand that NZXT is trying to make money here, and I believe if they were to price this the same as a Nova, they would literally not make any money because ASRock is the one who built this board and they're trying to resell. So basically, the $200-ish that they've tacked on to the Nova and then brand it as NZXT is essentially what they've done. So they're charging you $500 for an ASRock Nova that has an NZXT brand on it. That's essentially what it is. I'm telling it like it is. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just telling you that is the reality of what this is. So if you're a fan of the NZXT brand and you want like an aesthetic build, maybe you're looking for a white build. There is a white variant of this motherboard. You don't get that option with the Nova, so maybe you want to do something like this. It looks like it's a solid board. I like ASRock's BIOS myself personally. We'll look through the review to see if it's very similar. And this block diagram is a dead giveaway that it is made by ASRock, because as someone who has looked at all of the block diagrams for all the motherboards, this is the style of ASRock's drawings. Like ASRock draws their block diagrams like this. So this is a dead giveaway. This is an ASRock board. So you can see there's the ASM 4242 with the dual USB 4, and you have your DisplayPort links from the integrated graphics going directly into the ASM, so you can get DisplayPort alt mode out of the USB 4 ports on the back of this motherboard. Which means if you're going to build a kind of like a workstation that's not going to use, or some kind of storage computer that's not going to use a discrete graphics card, you can plug, as long as you have a USB-C to DisplayPort or USB-C to USB-C monitor or a Thunderbolt monitor, you can plug the Thunderbolt or the USB-C cable from one of those USB 4 ports on the back of this motherboard directly into your monitor, and you will be able to get a video signal out and use the integrated graphics off of the Ryzen CPU to drive up to 2 monitors via DisplayPort. Now you have to plug it into DisplayPort. You cannot plug it into HDMI. It will not work because it's DisplayPort alt mode. So that's just kind of like some, I don't know, like tech expert knowledge or whatever. Okay, so then here we go. You can see how they've allocated all of the USB ports on the left here, as well as the Wi-Fi module. And then they've got, on the right-hand side, they've got, it looks like they have 2 Wi-Fi modules. They've got, I don't know why they have 2. I don't know why there's a second Wi-Fi module. There's one over here, there's one over there. I don't know what that's about. So they are using, so let's count the lanes here. So the top, they're doing 16 plus 4 plus 4. They're using all the lanes from the CPU. And then now on the chipset, they have 4 Gen 4. So they're using that for an M.2. Then they have 4 Gen 3. And they're using all of them. One is for Wi-Fi. One is for LAN. One is for SATA 3_1. The other is for SATA 3_2. So using all of the lanes on this one. Then the bottom one, they have 8 Gen 4. They're using all 8 for 2 M.2 drives. So those are all used. And then they have Gen, I think that's a mistype. That's a mistype. There's a mistype on this block diagram. At the very bottom, right here it says Gen 4 X2. That should read Gen 3X2, so that is incorrect. This is labeled incorrectly in their block diagram. This is Gen 3X2 PCIe. The bottom PCIe slot is a Gen 2 X2. Why does it say Gen 4 X4? That is definitely written incorrectly. That is completely wrong. And then Gen 3 X1 for ASM. I don't know why they're doing this. This is weird. So they're taking one Gen 3 lane and they're connecting it into an ASM, an ASMedia. There it is again, everyone's favorite company that makes all these random chipsets. ASMedia ASM 1061. That is basically a PCIe splitter. That is going to take one lane of Gen 3 and it's going to split it into two SATA 6 gigabit interfaces for the final two SATA ports. This to me is unnecessary because they have 4 Gen 3 lanes off of this second chipset. They're using 2 of them for the bottom PCIe slot. They're using one of them for the splitter, and then they leave one of them disconnected, completely unused. And the problem with using an ASM splitter is you can't do RAID with these two SATA ports. Like RAID is impossible with the ASM 1061 in the middle. So this is like completely unnecessary. I don't like this. What they should have done, they should have just done what they did up here and just duplicate that down here. They could have easily done that because they have 2 lanes available. 1 lane per SSD drive, or SATA drive, I should say. So I don't like the use of this 1061 splitter here. I think it's completely unnecessary. Why do they need to do that? I have no idea. Because now, if someone wanted to do a SATA RAID, and they wanted to RAID all 4 SATA drives, they can't do that with this board. They can only do that with the top 2. They can only do it with 1 and 2. They can't do it with 3 and 4. It doesn't work because of the 1061. So again, this is more like expert knowledge here is what I'm talking about. These are very technical things that most people are probably going to completely be unaware of or never even factor into their decision on buying this board. But that's kind of my take on that. So I don't like the use of that splitter down there and the fact that they are leaving 1 lane completely wasted on a $500 motherboard. To me, that is not a good look. So I don't know why they did that, because ASRock themselves did not do that with the Nova. In fact, what ASRock did, ASRock has on the Nova, they have this same exact 2-lane Gen 3 to the bottom PCI slot. But what they do in addition to that, they run a switch, a PLX switch, that allows you to either use that slot for something like a 10 gigabit network card or a capture card, or they give you the option on the Nova to drive a 5th M.2. A 5th M.2. This board doesn't have the option for the 5th M.2 X2 lanes. It's just not physically on the board. So I don't know how I feel about this board, to be honest. If somebody was asking me, like, should they get this or should they get the Tai Chi? It's going to come down, they're both the same price. It's going to come down to, do you need an X8 slot at the bottom? And do you want a backplate on a $500 motherboard? Because you don't get a backplate with this, you get a backplate with the Tai Chi. And they're very similar in price. In fact, the Tai Chi is actually a little bit cheaper. And the Tai Chi is an EATX. So this is kind of priced to compete with the Aorus Master from Gigabyte, the ASRock Tai Chi, as well as the MSI Carbon Wi-Fi, and the Asus ROG Strix E-E. But for some reason, this one just doesn't, to me, this should be more like a $400 motherboard instead of a $500 motherboard, because it's spec'd more like a Nova. But even though it's similar to a Nova, the Nova ironically is still offering more features while still being $350. That's assuming if this was at $400. So in terms of value, this is not an optimal choice if you care about extracting the most amount of motherboard out of every dollar you're spending. So not a good choice. This one, I'm pretty sure I included this in my tier list video last year for X870E, and I want to say I placed this in B tier. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this would be like a B tier motherboard. I think there's better options for A tier. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this is, if you're looking for a certain look, it's going to come down to if you're looking for a certain aesthetic style. This has a very, like, industrial, understated design. It has that classic NZXT, that modern NZXT design language that they've been using for the last, like, 3, 4, 5 years now. So if you really, really like that look, then maybe it makes sense. But just keep in mind, they're shortchanging you one PCIe Gen 3 lane. You can only do RAID on 2 ports. Now, most people don't care. I'm just bringing that up because I'm telling you guys, like, the hard facts of what the motherboard offers and what the limitations are. So, regardless of whether someone's going to use those features or not. Like, personally, I don't use RAID, so I don't care that it doesn't have RAID on those last 2 SATA ports. But who knows? Someone might actually care. So, I need to mention it. Let's see what they say here. Being NZXT rather than plain old... Oh, being X870E rather than plain old X870. There are 2 chipsets, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we know that.
Turned out Steve of Gamers Nexus bought a 5050 in Hong Kong and disassembled it on the spot. Hideo Kojima also visited Hong Kong on the same day.
Wait, what? That is so random. He bought a 5050 and took it apart right there? Right there in the store? Kojima also showing up. The reason why he would be there is because Kojima is actually on tour right now. He's traveling around the world promoting Death Stranding 2. So it makes sense that Kojima would show up. It's just kind of weird that he would show up at the same time that Gamers Nexus is there. That's really interesting. Wow. I would have never guessed that both of those guys would have been there at the same time. That's awkward, though. Like, I can't imagine buying a GPU and then taking it apart right there. I assume he left the store where he bought it, meaning he didn't, like, open the card up, like, right there in the store. That'd be really awkward. Like, taking it apart with all the customers walking around. That'd be really, really weird. That is weird. How'd you find that out? Because I have seen no mention of that. Is that like, is Gamers Nexus posting that on like Twitter or something? I don't normally check Twitter that often. That's why I don't know. I post to Twitter, but I don't really check it. So I have no idea how I guess because you're locally there, it's showing up in the local news or something. The tech news. That's interesting. People in Hong Kong saw him and took photos. Was he taking the card apart in the store? I would assume he would leave the store and go somewhere either outside and film outside disassembling the card. I can't imagine someone like buying a product, even if it's like a tech tuber, like buying a electronic device like a GPU and like taking it apart right there in the store where they bought it. I think that would be kind of, I just don't think that'd be a good look. Unless he asked the store ahead of time and they allowed him to do it. Otherwise, I would guess he went outside and they took apart the GPU outside, like sitting somewhere, I don't know, like in a food court or something. But then they would have to deal with all the background noise. They'd have to have, like, the video editor would have to, do all the noise noise filtering in the post edit. So that could be kind of annoying. Or just extra work, and it would affect the sound quality. Okay. Yeah, looking at this, are they doing? I'm just looking at this here. So they're doing. Are they doing toolless? There's a single screw securing the tiny. Securing the single securing screw is tiny and sits in a recess between the I/O. That's for what, the M.2? Oh, that's for the top M.2. The shared heatsink pops into place. So that one doesn't use any screws. That one is like the MSI one. I would say if this motherboard was like, I would say up to $400, this motherboard is acceptable in terms of the value. I just don't like, I think it's priced too high for what it's offering. Because if you compare this to the others, like if you're going to spend $500 on a motherboard, like this compared to the Dash E Strix from Asus, the Dash E is way better than this for the same amount of money. So I can't really see myself recommending this at the current price point. But at like $399, even though it's still more expensive than the Nova, and the Nova still has more features like a backplate and a fifth M.2, at $400, I would say it's okay. It's acceptable at $400. At $399, it's acceptable. At $500, I think it's too much. It's too much. Now, let's see what they say. If you appreciate a smart motherboard with straight lines, okay, so they're talking about the aesthetics. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. The board has towering VRM heatsinks that cover Okay, we'd have liked to see some kind of rear cooling for the power delivery. Yeah, because it has no backplate. But plenty of the competition lacks this too, such as the carbon. Okay, so there is a good counter argument. Tech Power Up is pointing out that the Carbon is priced the same as this board and does not offer a backplate. Also, the Asus Dash E does not offer a backplate either, and that's a $500 board. And the Gigabyte Aorus Master also does not have a backplate. So all the competition, except for ASRock, which is the manufacturer of, they're the OEM of this motherboard, all the competitors don't have backplates, so I guess NZXT is like, well, if Asus isn't going to put a backplate on their $500 motherboard, we don't have to put a backplate on this motherboard. That might be the mentality. Who knows? So, which is not a good approach to take. But I think a lot of these are, the reality is a lot of these boards are going to go into pre-built NZXT systems. And that's where the majority of the sales numbers for this motherboard are going to go. So the fact that they're going to be in pre-builds, you're going to receive the pre-built computer. The motherboard's already fixed to the case, so who cares about the backplate? So there is a strong argument in favor of it not having a backplate. But for the DIY, people who build their own computers, they're going to take note of this. So maybe, well, I don't know. I guess, no, we'll not get into that. I was going to say maybe they could have made, like if you were buying the standalone, maybe the standalone one could have come with a backplate. But if you were buying a pre-built with this board, it would not have a backplate. I think that's fair. But I don't think NZXT doesn't care to have a distinction there because it's like, you know, why? Why complicate manufacturing? And all this other stuff is pretty standard. The Gen 5 heatsink looks pretty good, though. I will say that this is going to cool adequately for most... As long as you have good airflow, the fact that this is finned out, it's got really good surface area. Similar to a T705's built-in heatsink. So that's actually quite good. And it's also long, good too. So this will cool better than MSI. And it might actually cool better than ASRock's own heatsink. Okay, component analysis. This is pretty typical. Those are the AMD, the AM5 chipsets. So you got your Promontory 21s. Here is the ASM 4242 heatsink. So this is for USB 4. Remember, This needs a heatsink because this is driving dual 40 gigabit USB-C ports. 40 gigabit is no joke, and there's 2 of them, so you need to have a heatsink. And sure enough, you pull it off as media, ASM4242. We talk about this a lot on this channel. There is the splitter, which I do not understand why they needed to put this here. I personally would not have done this. There's no reason for this. Because you're running a splitter for 2 SATA ports. Why? What this means is that if somebody decides to use like all flash storage, like if they use SATA SSDs, this thing is going to bottleneck their SATA SSDs. Now, yeah, this is going to bottleneck their SATA SSDs. They're going to be getting like half the speed. And SATA SSDs are already the slowest SSDs. And now they're even slower if they're plugged into this board on the 3rd or 4th SATA port. 5 gig Ethernet, that's pretty normal. They're using MediaTek Wi-Fi, so they're using the AMD Wi-Fi. AMD partnered with MediaTek to bring the Wi-Fi module. Otherwise, this would have been a Realtek or an Intel. Okay, VRM. Wait, actually, let me look at that VRM. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Big solid heat sinks on there. Okay, VRM temperature. You guys can see here. What is this channel? What is this memory channel? What is this? Channel 1? Wait, this has active cooling. This is active cooled. Oh, so it is actively cooled. Hence the reason why they have the air vents on the back. So they've got active cooling on their I/O. And for the VRM. That's actually not that bad. It's probably not that... you're not going to hear it. Okay, so this has active cooling. Okay, so that is going to add some to the BOM cost. So let me... I did not know that they had this. So they've got active cooling on the VRM. And then they're using the Renesas 229628, which is basically the same. This is the same VRM that's... Is this the same VRM on the Taichi? Oh no, it's 20 plus 2 plus 1. I think Taichi is 22 plus 2 plus 1. So it's almost the same. This is exactly the same as the Taichi though. Taichi's using the exact same components. Yeah, they even say right here, apart from the miscellaneous power stage that's via this thing, the 22 stages are Renesas 110 amp smart power, which are also used on boards such as the MSI Carbon and the ASRock Taichi. Okay, yeah, so it's the same. All right, here we go. BIOS. Here we go. The UEFI hasn't changed. It is essentially your basic ASRock effort, but unfortunately, with the majority of the fan control stripped out, as the assumption is you'll be using NZXT cam software. Oh, that's kind of a letdown. It's okay. I don't really need the easy mode. Basically, what they're saying is there's no easy mode. Splash screen, you get into the BIOS and you're already in expert mode, is what they're saying. So if you don't care about easy mode in the BIOS, where it's like one click of the button to turn on like Expo or XMP, you know, or resizable bar, that kind of stuff. Like if you don't care about that, then that doesn't really matter. But it sounds like, I don't know what they mean by MSI or NZXT. I don't know why I keep saying MSI. NZXT cam software, which is like a thing that runs in the operating system. I almost never use these sort of tools in the OS. If I'm going to do stuff in the BIOS, I go in the BIOS. But because it's ASRock's BIOS, the nice thing is that this will allow you to manually set or even view the JDEC profiles. You can't see JDEC profiles on anyone else's brand except ASRock's BIOS. The JDEC is in the DRAM profile configuration, so this one right here, and that's really nice that they let you see that. It's got all the overclocking. Yeah, this is exactly, this looks so much like ASRock. This is basically the ASRock BIOS. It's got all the folders, the icons, everything, same structure. Everything is basically like ASRock. There's OC mode. There's PBO. Everything's there. Eco mode is there. The flash, instant flash, that's for flashing a new updating the BIOS is in there. Here's where you set the fan control. Yeah, so it doesn't have like fan expert. It doesn't have like a graphical thing that shows the fan curves. You don't get that with this BIOS. You have to just do it very, very old school. All just, you know, click of the button or use the keyboard and mouse, and that's basically it. So yeah, basic stuff. The board software. This is where you can set your RGB behavior. Okay, so they can do... So you can control the fan curves from this, from software. And then it shows these things too. So, okay, so that's their little software thing. Finished looks. It has that light bar. I feel like this would be really good with an NZXT case. They're going to test with the 9950X. SSD performance. Alright, so here it is. The SSD. PCIe Gen 4 SSD. They're doing all slot testing. 60 degrees Celsius. Lower is better. So compared to the Tai Chi, it's 5 degrees hotter. Compared to the Carbon, it's 10 degrees hotter. Where's the Dash E? The Pro Art, it's 4 degrees colder than the Pro Art, 3 degrees cooler than the Hero, 1 degree cooler than the Master, which is surprising because Gigabyte typically has the best cooling. I don't see the Dash E. So I don't see the Dash E. Dash E should be on here because Dash E... I don't know why the Hero's on here because the Hero's the wrong price point. But technically they got the Pro Art on here, which is a similar priced motherboard. And it's running... So it beats Asus. But I said this already. Asus has the worst... Well, Asus is not the... Well, Asus was better in the past, but Asus does not have very good heat sinks for their motherboards this generation. And you guys can see that here. And then Gen 5. Here's where things get interesting. It looks like, for some reason, the Carbon... Wait, Carbon 67? Carbon's that good? Okay, apparently MSI is doing way better than I thought. So MSI Carbon, 67 degrees with a Gen 5 SSD. The Phantom Gaming Riptide is equal, and that's like a significantly cheaper motherboard. The Tai Chi Lite, 68. Aorus Master, 69. All of them are relatively close, though. The Pro Art, 75 degrees. The Prime, 82 degrees. That's not good. The Hero, 80 degrees. Yes, a $700 Asus motherboard has 80 degrees on its Gen 5 SSD. This is why I've been telling you guys I'm not impressed with Asus's heatsink this generation. Because I'm using the Hero, and that's why... So yeah, this is in line with what... This is actually worse than what I've seen, but I think they're doing like worst case scenario here. And then, yeah, so they're testing the Gen 4. They're using the Samsung 990 Pro. And then for Gen 5, they're using the T-Force Z7 or Z540. So this is probably... Those speeds are basically identical to the T700. So this isn't even the fastest Gen 5 SSD. This is like an older T700. This is probably using the exact same Phison controller. And then the performance. The memory performance. Okay, here we go. ATA 64 memory copy. These are always going to be relatively similar, I guess. Gigabyte is performing the worst here. Asus is performing the best here. ASRock is in the middle. I would say it's like Asus followed by, well, it's kind of like back and forth between ASRock and MSI and NZXT. NZXT is like kind of like in the middle here. Latency, Asus Hero is doing the best, followed by Taichi and Strix. So it looks like Asus and ASRock are doing good, although it kind of depends because the ProArt is doing pretty bad. And then NZXT is kind of like in the bottom half there. Gigabyte's very spread out all over the place, random. And then the ATA reads, memory reads, they're all so close. It's like barely even worth mentioning, but it is toward the bottom. The ProArt's the worst. The Hero's the best. This is why I tell people, like, okay, unless you just have to have that 10 gig network on the ProArt, the ProArt is a $500 motherboard with no postcode debug, and it's performing the worst in these tests. All right, memory write. I don't really put a lot of weight into these scores, to be honest, because there's so much run-to-run variance with ATA 64 that I feel like it doesn't really... Personally, none of these results factor into my choice if I'm buying a motherboard. I care more about, like, do I have a significant amount of lane sharing that I have to be aware of? Does it have, you know, like, dual X8 Gen 5? Stuff like that. Like, that, to me, carries way more weight on choosing a motherboard versus, like, these lame ATA 64 numbers, because who cares? Because it's like, there's so much run-run variance, it doesn't actually really matter at the end of the day. But it's cool they did it. I'm not trying to, like, discredit their effort on doing these benchmarks. It's cool to look at this stuff, but it's like, you know, like, if I'm gonna get a motherboard, I don't care what these scores are, I'm gonna get that motherboard. Just saying. Okay, media encoding, H265 HEVC. Again, there's like a between the top one, the Tomahawk is the best, 32.7 seconds. The worst one is the Hero. That's hilarious. 35. The difference is, what is that? 3 seconds? Yeah, 3 seconds difference. You'll never notice that. All right, Y Cruncher. Lower is better. Gigabyte. Because Gigabyte does their special secret memory tuning for Y Cruncher, this is the reason why Gigabyte always has like that high bandwidth feature in their BIOS. So that's why their chart topper, and Asus is all the way dead last down at the bottom. Check that out. And NZXT is like somewhere in the middle. All right, rendering Cinebench. It's like so close, like no one's gonna notice the difference. 140, it's like right there. Multi-core, Cinebench, who cares? They're all like 2300 something. All right, gaming performance, Baldur's Gate 3. Apparently NZXT is the best gaming motherboard. Look at that. Look at that. 167 FPS. Chart topper right there in Baldur's Gate 3 at 1080p resolution with a Ryzen 9 9950X and an RTX 4090. Chart topper, 167. Who's at the bottom? Oh, look, the Hero. The Hero. Whoa, that's a 20 FPS difference. What? The Hero, Asus, Hero, $700, 20 FPS worse. What? Okay, let's move on. Counter-Strike. What? NZXT? Oh, it's only getting 545 FPS. Oh no, it's only 545 FPS. Oh no, the Tomahawk is the chart topper, 572. Oh wow, that's so amazing. Oh, incredible. Cyberpunk 2077. Mag B850. A Mag B850 Tomahawk Max This is like the motherboard for like 14-year-olds building their first PC. The Tomahawk Max is the chart topper in Cyberpunk 2077. 242 frames per second. Back to school summer special build. That's exactly what that is. And it's the chart topper. Wow. NZXT, meanwhile, $500 motherboard. 218 FPS. I don't know what to say about this, though, because, like, okay, the only thing that sticks out to me is the fact that the Tomahawk Max is like a budget motherboard. And it's the chart topper, and then the $500 Carbon Wi-Fi is at the bottom of this chart. I don't understand why there is such a significant difference. These results are so shockingly different. It's almost like you're looking at a different graphics card. Like, I don't understand why these results are so different. There should have been like a plus or minus 5 FPS, but we're talking like a 30 frame per second difference? That's like a different GPU was used. Like, what? How? Black Myth Wukong. Okay, the chart Tai Chi and the Tomahawk tie for 86. NZXT and the ASRock boys are second. Asus is the bronze. And I don't know what's going on. Gigabyte, Aura's Master's way down there. But see, okay, this to me is like more normal. Because look, the difference here is 6 frames per second. The difference here is like 30 frames per second in Cyberpunk. I don't know what this is about. Like, this is some kind of like power savings. Like, one of them's running like eco mode or something. I don't know what's going on there. So that to me is ridiculous. All right, overclocking. What do they do here? Do they go into curve optimizer? Or are they just messing with voltages just to mess with voltages? What are they doing? Okay. All right, let's move on. Unique, stylish design, excellent M.2 temperatures, excellent VRM temperatures. Well, that's because it has active cooling. NZXT Cam offers decent cooling and lighting control, plenty of overclocking and testing tools. No graphical fan control. Okay, here are the negatives. Those are the positives. The bad thing is it's got more negatives than it has positives. And it's a $500 board. No graphical fan control in the EFI. Forced to use. Okay, technically, I don't know if I should say that's a true negative. I guess it's a negative because the competitors offer the fan curve in the BIOS. So not being able to see the fan curve feels very 10 years ago. And that's why they're saying EFI feels dated. Yeah, because it's missing things that the ASRock BIOS normally has, which is a strange choice by by NZXT. And if the reason is they want you to download their telemetry cam software, whatever, then that's a bad reason. If that is the reason, otherwise I don't see why they would not have included that. But yeah, so these two are kind of like tied together. VRM, so this is technically like one negative, not two negatives. VRM fans become audible under extent. Oh, that's not good. The active cooling fans, those tiny little fans become really audible under heavy loads. Accessing 3 of the 4 M.2 ports requires GPU removal. This is a lame negative. I will not... Dude, why is this here? Okay, now I feel like I'm being a little bit overcritical of this review, but every motherboard requires you to remove the plate if you want to put your second, third, and fourth M.2, as far as I know, except for the Tai Chi. The Tai Chi has the one M.2 next to the RAM, and then it has the one above the GPU. Then the others are under the GPU. But in general, if you want to add a third or a fourth M.2, and in some cases a fifth M.2, you have to remove the GPU if you're upgrading your storage later on. I mean, I had to do this to install the 990 Evo into my MSI Godlike. And I'm not complaining. I mean, that's just how it is. So like this literally shouldn't be here as a negative. That's really a lame attempt at putting a negative. So far, this is one negative. This is two negative. Although that's a pretty big negative. No enhanced GPU release. Okay, that is a negative. That is a negative. Because the Tai Chi has the lever. The $350 Nova has the lever. The competition, MSI's got the button. Gigabyte's got their button. Asus has the special thing that scratches your GPU if you remove it too quickly. So it's like all of them have their special way to remove the GPU, except NZXT doesn't have anything. So yeah, this feels very like 7-year-old motherboard. You know what I'm saying? So EFI feels dated, no GPU. So those are negatives. This is negative, this is negative, this is negative. So far 3 negatives. Primary M.2 port heatsink is not tool-free. I guess that's a negative. A little pricey compared to the competition. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 5 negatives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 positives, 5 negatives in reality. So it's break even. Other minor gripes include the lack of an enhanced GPU. Yeah, okay, so they're basically talking... This is basically a summary of this stuff. Or that's like the long version of this stuff. Although they do mention some stuff. Let's see what they say about the competing boards. So it says here, at $500, the NZXT N9 has a fair amount of competition, but this is NZXT's... This and NZXT's other models for Intel's Z890 chipset all seem to have been received well, at least in terms of aesthetics. Even if this isn't all NZXT's own work, it's still a refreshing change from the usual 4 brands in a unique design. The same price, $500 bracket, is occupied by the likes of the Strix-E, the Gigabyte Aorus Master, the MSI MPG Carbon Wi-Fi, and for a little less, the ASRock Tai Chi, which along with the Nova provided much of the DNA of this board. See? The NZXT board does a decent job of standing out on its own. It has the RGB. It's simple but effective. Yeah, because when I think about the competing boards, Carbon's got a little bit of RGB on it. The Master has very little. I mean, it's got a little bit of RGB on it, but not a lot. The Strix-E has a little bit of RGB, but not a lot. So it is kind of similar to those in terms of the styling. What does it say here? Some of its competing options, especially the Aorus Master and Carbon Wi-Fi, have a lavish premium air about them that the NZXT N9 doesn't quite match with its minimalist aesthetic. It's worth remembering that if white is your thing, Gigabyte has the Aorus Master Ice. Oh, there's a new one. Okay, I did not know this. There is a new motherboard coming from Gigabyte, the Aorus Master X3D Ice. Yes, they're putting X3D in the product name. That is bizarre. So the X3D Ice will be available soon, which does a better job in sticking to the white theme, although the price is not known. There's also the much cheaper Aorus Pro Ice, although it does cut a few features to get down to the $350 price tag. Okay, so all the latest stuff is here. The additional negative points need addressing, as there are several. The EFI lacking the fan control. We don't really see the reason for this, to force you to use the CAM software, which then encourages you to look at other NZXT hardware, even providing direct links to buy them. While not that intrusive, the board lacking the flexibility to exclusively deal within the EFI here is a negative. Okay, so I see where they're coming from now with that. At the opposite end, if you're a newcomer to the EFI, perhaps your first builder, the lack of the simplified front page with common useful options is a shame, as it makes it trickier and more time-consuming to set up the PC. Similarly, the potentially loud VRM fans, while an easy fix, will likely prove bothersome if you have an otherwise quiet PC. And, okay. It's still got a highly recommended award, though. It's highly recommended. It's not editor's choice, but it's highly recommended from Tech Power Up. Okay. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think about the motherboard? It comes with SATA cables, an RGB splitter cable. I think that's what that is. Or it's like a fan and RGB splitter cable. The Wi-Fi 7 antennas, and then it has another one of those splitters. Yeah, 2 8-pin splitters. You guys think it's good? You rather have the Tomahawk? Mark says you'd rather have the Tomahawk. I think it's okay if it was like $100 less. I think around $400 this is okay. Nova any day. Yeah, see that's the problem though. The problem is NZXT is competing well. The thing is, I feel like most people that buy NZXT products, typically if they're building their own computer, they probably buy, I want to say they either buy Asus or MSI or maybe Gigabyte. I don't think they buy like ASRock boards normally because ASRock is the smallest brand, so it's the least known. So this is a way for ASRock to sell more motherboards through NZXT. It's about looks. It's for enthusiasts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if it's, and that's a huge theme of the review from Tech Power Up is the aesthetics, the understated industrial design language that fits in with that NZXT image. That is, yes, it's going for that ecosystem look, exactly. So it has that style that I think certain PC builders will be willing to use this in their build. And the nice thing, it does come in white. It has a white option. There's no Hero that comes in white. There's a Tai Chi Lite that comes in like silver, but that one lacks things that the regular Tai Chi has. So the fact that you can get this in black or white, that is nice. So there are some positives to it. It's not like it's all, oh, it's just, it's like an ASRock board that's missing some stuff that's charged $200 more than it should be. That's oversimplifying it. This thing down here, though, you know what? This thing down here, this header on the bottom left of the screen here in this picture, that looks like a Thunderbolt header. That looks like a Thunderbolt header. So I'm wondering if you can add, I need to get a better look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, never mind. That's not a Thunderbolt header. That might be like a TPM header for ASRock or something. I don't know what that is. Yeah, that at first I thought that looks like the Thunderbolt 4 header for the ASRock and the Gigabyte because they have the same header. MSI uses their own proprietary design, and Asus has their own proprietary design. But ASRock and Gigabyte, they're just like, we're just gonna go with the standard Thunderbolt. That's the proprietary header for NZ. Oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay. Oh, you know what though? You know what's also down there? The debug LEDs. The 4 LEDs, the CPU LED. Look at that. The CPU LED, the DRAM LED, the VGA, and the boot LED are down here. It's kind of a strange choice to put them way down at the bottom, but it's okay. It's not a big deal because you got the postcode up top where it matters. So it's like these LEDs are not... It's nice that they have these LEDs in addition to the postcode, but it's a strange choice to put them way at the bottom. They had to do that for aesthetic reasons because they have this big old metal shroud here covering up everything. They would have never been able to fit those LEDs, so they ran them down at the bottom. This nearly won it something. Wait, this motherboard almost won an award? I don't see how this is award-winning, though. Like, to me, this is just a standard motherboard that would be much better value if it was $100 cheaper. That's the way I see it. Like, if I had to choose between this and the Dash E Strix. So, okay, that's one thing, though, that's unknown about this. And I don't think did they look into that? They didn't check to see if it has the external base clock, the external clock generator for base clock overclocking. They did not look for that in the BIOS. At least they don't have a screenshot looking for it. They don't mention it in the review. So that could have been a nice differentiating feature, though, if this has the base clock. I am going to guess that this motherboard does not have an external clock generator, even though the similarly priced yet still cheaper Tai does have the generator. Because this to me feels like this motherboard is actually a Nova, which does not have a clock generator, just marked up for profit margin for NZXT to make money. NZXT did not build the motherboard. They're reselling. It is an ASRock motherboard that they're reselling. This is literally the ASRock BIOS. Anyone who has an ASRock motherboard and has gone in the BIOS, they will agree that this looks very, very familiar. Okay, so that covers that. That was like the main... That's like the one article that I wanted to talk about that was kind of like, okay, there's a motherboard that someone reviewed. Alright, so the next thing, let's discuss this one and then this one. So let's discuss Intel now. Intel CEO reportedly admits to falling behind the competition, saying that the turnaround would be a difficult marathon. Intel CEO doesn't seem very optimistic about the company's situation in the near future, claiming that Team Blue isn't one of the top semiconductor firms and has fallen dramatically. They have fallen dramatically. Intel says there's no prospect for them in AI for now. I don't know if he should be saying this publicly. This is the sort of stuff that you talk about internally. You don't say, like... I don't know, people might say, hey, at least he's being honest. But, you know, like, I don't think as a publicly traded company, you should straight up tell the public that there's no prospect for them in AI. Like, if you are a multinational tech company, a semiconductor company, that you design chips, you even have the ability to create chips, you have foundries. I don't think saying that there's no prospect in AI, for now at least, I don't think that's something they should be broadcasting publicly. This is not the sort of thing that shareholders want to hear, especially out in the open. With competitors taking over the segment. They're being overrun. They're being overrun. There's no doubt that Intel is far behind its former glory as a top-tier company in the chip and tech industry. Team Blue isn't only regarded as America's jewel in the chip industry. What? But the firm has a deep-rooted past in... Oh, well, okay, they're saying that because of historical reasons. But the firm has a deep-rooted... I see why they're saying that. Because until, 1970s, 60s, 80s, all that stuff. A deep-rooted past in the world of computing. Unfortunately, Intel has wound up in a difficult position. And its new CEO, Lip-Bhutan, has acknowledged that while talking to the company's employees... Okay, so this was an employee thing. Man, why do people leak this stuff? Because now it makes the company... Don't they realize if they're an employee of Intel and they just, like, leak this out, how bad it makes their company look? Like, what? Claiming that a lot of work is to be done in order to ensure that Team Blue remains sustainable in its business. 20, 30 years ago, we are really the leader. Now I think the world has changed. We are not in the top 10 semiconductor companies. Man, they have gone down then. If the CEO is saying that, that is huge. That is huge. Man. Wow. Well, there were a lot of things that went wrong at Intel, and I've spoken about them on how the new CEO is trying to turn things around. Okay. In more plain terms, here's what happened. Intel failed to capitalize on the AI hype, didn't manage to get much out of its consumer segment, and most importantly, yeah, this is probably the most important factor, the foundry division didn't deliver on expectations. This right here is the true reason why Intel has fallen behind. When you pile up such losses, the company has gone into deep trouble, not just when it comes to operating losses, but also losing plenty of its customers and its competitors. Or losing customers to its competitors, like TSMC and AMD. And to a lesser extent, NVIDIA. Intel's Tan has realized that proceeding with the current headcount and strategies isn't the right way, and he has decided to make radical changes. One of the more important ones is reducing employee counts, since according to him, a smaller Intel would move faster. Here comes the layoffs. Here comes the layoffs. Apart from this, like the ex-CEO, Gelsinger, Tan has acknowledged that Intel cannot do much with AI, mainly because of how quickly competitors have managed to take over the segment with their solutions. The only form of AI business we'll see from the company is Edge AI. Edge AI. So that means this. The Intel Core Ultra with its NPU for AI Microsoft Copilot type things. That is where it's going to go. Emphasizing the limited external scope of 18 angstrom, Intel CEO said that they're evaluating 18A to be a suitable product for internal customers. Internal customers, aka Intel's own CPUs, like the Core series of CPUs. And then deciding whether the process could be sold externally. So they're going to see if it's good, and then they're going to be like, hey, do you guys want to build your Zen 7 CPUs on our 18A? The answer is probably going to be no, but hey, man, at least you can look at it and see if it's good. The hopes of the IFS competing with TSMC are basically tarnished for now. And Intel plans to make the landscape more competitive with 14A if it ends up as an optimistic project. Expect a lot of changes with Team Blue. They will likely be followed by a mixed public sentiment. Yes, because you know what that means. Layoffs are coming inbound. Big layoffs are coming into Intel. And that is going to always have a negative reception by the public. So that is what's going on over there. Oh, there should be new Intel CPUs in the second half of this year. They will be known as Intel Core Ultra Arrow Lake Refresh. So they will not be a next generation of CPU. Basically, they are doing what they did 2 years ago when they launched 14th Gen Raptor Lake Refresh. Because remember, 13th Gen was Raptor Lake, 14th Gen was Raptor Lake. So last year we got Intel Core Ultra Arrow Lake. This year we're getting Intel Core Ultra Arrow Lake. So you can rebuy the same CPU a second time if you're someone who upgrades every generation. So yeah, that is what they're coming out as their new product later this year. Arrow Lake Refresh, which means the Z890 platform, as good as that platform is, that is one of the best desktop platforms that Intel has ever released into the consumer desktop market. And it's like it's fallen on deaf ears. Very few people are buying it for some reason. Well, I guess, I don't know, for multiple reasons. Some of them are Intel's fault. Others are because AMD's better, objectively, at least for now. But the Z890 platform is still one of Intel's best platforms ever made for consumers. But it will go down in history as the best platform that no one purchased that also only had one architecture. One architecture. Arrow Lake and Arrow Lake Plus. That's all you get. Because you can rest assured next year they will be moving to a brand new socket unless they have to double down on fixing all of this stuff and they can't figure out what to do with this. And I don't know. I think they're too far down their product roadmap. So I'm pretty sure next year they will be on a new socket. But Z890 will go down in history as a very good platform that literally had one CPU generation and no upgrade path. So there we go. So, okay. In other news, AMD Ryzen Zen 6 CPUs samples already distributed. Architecture to be an evolution with more cores per CCD. New dual IMC. Dual IMC design. What does that mean? How can you have a CPU with two memory controllers? Could this mean that we're going to get quad channel memory on consumer desktop? On mainstream desktop? Quad channel memory? Is that possible? I'll tell you, this might make something like 4 sticks at 8000 possible. One controller per channel? Wait a minute, that means that they'll be able to run very high speed memory. Like very high speed memory. And very reliably, if this is true. New details that means that their memory controller is going to be insane. Because I have openly said this about Zen 4, and it's not as true of Zen 5 because of BIOS maturity. But I'm going to say this again. The Achilles heel for the Ryzen 7000 series and the X670E and the B650 motherboards, the motherboards from the previous chipset, not the ones now, but the ones previously, although some of that still applies to the new motherboards. The Achilles heel, the weak point of Zen 4 when it launched was the DDR5 memory controller, the fact that it had long memory training times. It confused people because it forced them to buy DDR5, and they had no experience with DDR5. And they were like, why is my computer not booting? Did I do something wrong? Anxiety starts building. Their lack of experience starts coming into play. They think they bought a defective motherboard, or they think they bought defective DDR5. They don't know what's going on. You would be shocked to know how many returns Micro Center and Newegg, and I guess Amazon, received when Zen 4 launched back in the fall of 2022. There were so many people buying a 7950X, a 7700X, a 7900X, and returning it to Micro Center or returning it to Newegg because they thought that they bought a defective piece of hardware. All because the memory training was slow. The memory training was like training server, it was like booting up a server for the first time. Okay, maybe not that bad, because anyone who has installed servers, anyone who does racking and stacking of servers and powering them up and getting them set up, get those KVMs hooked up, get all that stuff, get your VMware on there, get ESXi running, whatever you're doing. Anyone doing all that stuff with servers, you guys know that servers take a long time to post and boot up and get up and running. So the server people who bought the Zen 4, they didn't have any problem because they're like, oh, it takes like 45 seconds to a minute and a half to boot up. That's nothing compared to a server. But how many average Joes out there who just want to fire up their computer so they can play Call of Duty or Elden Ring or Minecraft or Cyberpunk? How many of those, or World of Warcraft, how many of those people are going to know how long DDR5 takes to do the initial CAD bus calibration? They're not going to know that. How are they going to know that? You know what I'm saying? So this was always the weakest point of the Zen 4, the AM5 Zen 4 early adopter experience of getting into DDR5 on Ryzen. So the fact that they're going with a brand new dual IMC design means that someone at AMD is actively looking at what the users are like. What are the pain points of the users? What are our customers struggling with? Oh, memory training. No one understands how memory training works. So we're not going to change. We're not going to force the crowd to like become aware of memory training. No. What do? You go back to the drawing board. You make a brand new IMC that is going to be so much better at handling calibration of CAD bus, doing all the memory algorithmic training, all that stuff. That is exactly what they're doing. So they're going to solve all of those problems, it sounds like, with this new design. And this is also going to allow things like CUDIM to work. And the latency is I don't know how latency is going to play out. This is an architecture thing, so I don't know. We do not know much about this. But I would imagine that this is going to bring the sort of memory bandwidth throughput for the upper echelon of what DDR5 is capable of. And this will be able to be leveraged in the server world for better AI inferencing workloads. So this is going to be an insanely new thing that I don't think anyone has ever dealt with before. I've never even heard the concept of dual IMC is something that I've never even thought about ever. So it's like this is going to be a very interesting thing to play around with when it comes out. Okay. What else? Feature more cores per CCD. I think everybody already knew that. New dual. This, okay, out of everything here, this is what interests me the most. This interests me the most. This dual IMC. This is going to be the most, the most compelling thing that's going to make somebody who is already on like Zen 5 feel like upgrading. The higher core count per CCD, that's good, but I don't think that's, I mean, that's good at the end of the day. I mean, that's moving the number up, so more, bigger number, better, you know, that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, I think this thing has more potential in like being a game changer than anything else. Because the AMD, like AMD's memory controller today, for those that don't know, is actually very robust. It's actually very powerful. I think of it like it's very muscular is one way to describe it, in the sense that it is capable of running itself at up to 3, and in some cases up to 3.2 gigahertz. This is like unheard of. This is like unheard of. Crazy. Like, you guys have to think about this for a second. The memory controller, Zen 4's memory controller, so can run at up to 3 gigahertz. That is incredibly fast when you think about that. 3 gigahertz on a Zen 4. What other memory controller can run at that kind of speed? Like, what was Zen 3's memory controller? Zen 3's memory controller ran at up to, what was the number? 1.8? Is that right? 1.8 gigahertz. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? The jump in speed. Meanwhile, let's look at the competition. Arrow Lake. Arrow Lake's memory controller runs at up to, I gotta think about that. 1.6 gigahertz. 1.6 gigahertz. So Zen 3 runs at up to 1.8 gigahertz. Intel's latest and greatest CPU can run at up to 1.6 gigahertz on the memory controller. But Zen 4 and Zen 5, Ryzen 7000 and Ryzen 9000, can run at up to 3 gigahertz. That is insanely fast for a memory controller. But the reality is, it doesn't always translate into better performance, because if you were to run the memory controller at if you ran, what does this mean, guys? Do people understand what I'm talking about when I'm putting these numbers on here? What is this? What is the 3 gigahertz? 3 gigahertz implies, what would be the memory speed if we assume 1.1? What would be the memory? Yeah, Fake Frames knows what I'm talking about. No, it's, yeah, correct. 6,000, that's what I was looking for. So that's the memory speed. So 3 gigahertz in a 1-to-1 ratio implies that your DDR5-8000. That's what that means. So what about Zen 3? If the memory controller ran at up to 1.8 gigahertz, and assume 1-to-1, again, assume 1.1, what is the DDR4 speed for like a 5800X3D? in this scenario. It's like we're doing math. It's like somehow this all of a sudden turned into like a math lesson in computer architecture. Correct, 3600. The correct answer is DDR4 3600. Why are these numbers unique? Because remember what AMD themselves said. These are the recommended maximum for optimal performance from AMD. So when they say, why would AMD tell people that DDR4 3600 is the optimal number? The reason why, okay, well, let's see I want to see what you guys think. I know the answer, but let's see if you guys know the answer. Why would AMD say this in their marketing? So why would they say it's a sweet spot, though? Why are they saying that these speeds are the sweet spot? It's because they know something. The answer's on the board. They're trying to keep it at 1-1. Because they know that what? Because it's the safe speeds? It's because they know that their CPU memory controller is designed to handle the 3 gigahertz as the upper bound maximum, the upper bound limit of what it can do. Likewise, with the older architecture, Zen 3, 1.8 gigahertz was the upper bound maximum of what their memory controller could do. They know internally from all their own testing, hundreds of hours of testing and engineering hours, they know that 3 gigahertz is the upper bound maximum of what the memory controller can handle. So that is why they conclude that DDR5-8000 is the optimal speed because the memory controller can handle that. 3 gigahertz is kind of a given for pretty much every Zen 4 and every Zen 5 CPU. That is the reason why. It's because it is the up to maximum speed. They know this internally from all their own testing, and that's why they advise the reviewers and the press to use these speeds, because they themselves have tested and found that that is the upper bound limit before you start encountering instability or require significantly higher voltage, which raises your idle power consumption and also causes you to lose overclocking headroom because the power budget will shift too much to the memory and you won't get enough for core boosting on PBO, for example. So that's the reason why this is the most balanced choice. Now, the reality is, and you guys can try this, like if you were to run in a 1-to-2 ratio, if we were doing 1-to-2 ratio, or I guess, yeah, 1-to-2 ratio, so let's do Zen 4's memory, well, let's just say, like, if I were to run my UCLK at 1.5 gigahertz, now that implies I'm in a 1-to-2 ratio for DDR5-8000. If I'm running my memory controller at 3 gigahertz, that implies a 1-to-1 ratio for DDR5-8000. So you can see the difference here is we're running the memory controller at half the speed of the memory. So the memory speed in this scenario, MCLK equals 3 gigahertz. In this scenario, MCLK also equals 3 gigahertz. The true memory controller is half of your transfer rate. So it's half of 6,000, which means it's 3,000 or 3 gigahertz. That's what the memory actually runs at. It doesn't actually run at 6 gigahertz. A lot of people seem to forget that. So in this scenario, UCLK and MCLK are equal to each other. So they are synchronized. However, the fabric is not synchronized with them. So this is not considered a synchronized approach. Technically, they are synchronized, but this is not what is considered synchronization. Synchronization occurs when the FCLK equals the UCLK. So when the fabric and the memory controller are of the same speed, you actually have synchronization throughout the entire fabric. So the goal is to run the fabric and the memory controller as close as possible to each other. Now, when you run your memory controller at 3 gigahertz, it's typically operating at 1 gigahertz faster than the fabric, because the fabric typically runs on a Zen 4 or Zen 5 CPU. FCLK runs at 2 gigahertz. So this is not equal to the memory controller. So it is not synchronized. So this is considered not synchronized. None of these are synchronized, because you have not synchronized the fabric to the memory controller. So if we want to achieve true synchronization, and people who have listened to me talk about DDR5 knows exactly where this conversation is going. But if we want to run FCLK equals 2000 megahertz, because it's always 2000 megahertz, we need to run UCLK equal to 2000 megahertz or 2 gigahertz. So what does that mean? That means that the memory controller would be running at 4,000 or 4 gigahertz. Why would it be 4 gigahertz? Because assume 1-to-2 ratio. So if I am at 2000 on my memory controller, I will be at double on my memory controller, or on my memory speed itself. So I will be running at 4 gigahertz. This implies, what would the memory speed be? This means that the memory speed would be running at DDR5-8000. So in this scenario, we achieve true synchronization. This is the only scenario where we have achieved true perfection, or what I call true synchronization, across fabric and memory controller. Because what happens when you do this is, if you remember that you have your CPU, let's say we can do a CCD, another CCD, you have the fabric, and then you have your RAM chips. Let's say we got 2 RAM sticks over here. So in here, you have the memory controller, and in here, you have the fabric. So here is FCLK. Over here is UCLK. Over here is Ryzen CPU. Well, we'll just say there's cores over here. The cores are over here. The MCLK is over here, because this is the actual memory speed. So if I have the cores go into the fabric, the Infinity fabric, and that has 2 gigahertz, then what happens is there is something between the memory controller and the fabric. There's actually something in the middle between the two of them. This device operates as it's basically a retimer. it synchronizes the data flow between the fabric and the memory controller for the memory read-write operations. So what does that mean? That means if I'm running 2 gigahertz and 3 gigahertz, and this is 3 gigahertz. So if I have 2 gigahertz FCLK and 3 gigahertz FCLK, you can tell clearly they are not equal. They are not equal to each other. So they are not synchronized. So you need a component in the middle to buffer the data. It must buffer because this guy's running a whole 1000 megahertz faster than this guy. So he's going to have to wait while this guy is sending. Now the reality is this guy has a very wide path. The way I like to think of it is the FCLK is like an expressway that has, think of it like it's a 12-lane highway. The FCLK has lots of lanes. Lots of lanes. So it has very high capacity in terms of how much traffic can flow on its highway. The UCLK is like a country road. You know what I mean? Those roads in the rural areas where you have one lane going each way, but they have a relatively high speed limit, like 60 miles per hour or something. And I guess for those of you with kilometers, that will be like 100 kilometers per hour on a 2-lane highway. So think of it like this. The FCLK is a giant expressway. The UCLK is a skinny rural highway. Yeah, with country music playing. Yeah. So the UCLK has country music playing, apparently. But because the UCLK is a rural road, there's less cars on the road. You have to remember, the reason why the fabric is a big highway is because not only does it have memory traffic, it has graphics card traffic, it has network internet traffic, it has SSD, NVMe, SATA, PCIe. Everything is flowing on the giant fabric express highway, going wherever it needs to go. It's like a giant loop that goes around the city. 6 lanes each way. It's a wide expressway. That is how you can think of the fabric. So it doesn't matter that it runs at 2 gigahertz when it has very high capacity. It can fit a lot of volume. Another way to look at it is we'll use the deaths. For those of you that tuned into the Death Stranding 2 live stream last weekend, you know in Death Stranding 2, for those of you that have played Death Stranding 2, there's 2 different types of vehicles that Sam can drive in the game. He can drive a 3-wheeler bike, and he can drive a big van that can carry a lot of stuff. The FCLK is like the big van. The UCLK is like the little tricycle bike. So the tricycle bike has a higher, it can go pretty fast, but it can't carry a lot of load. The van can carry a lot of stuff, but doesn't go as fast. That is one way to look at these two. But they are not synchronized when you're running DDR5-8000. So if you want to get them to be synchronized, you have to make them run at the exact same speed. So what does that mean? Well, we know that FCLK is basically limited to around 2 gigahertz out of the box. So that can't change. So what do? We run the UCLK at 2 gigahertz. We basically downclock it by 1000 megahertz so that it equals the FCLK. When this happens, something magical occurs when this happens. When they go the exact same speed, this component, this exit lane, the exit lane no longer has to slow down to buffer the cars that are exiting the highway. They can just shoot right through because they're all going the same speed. So now you get a reduction in latency. You get an inherent reduction in latency because you no longer have buffering of the data pipe between fabric and memory. This is something that very few people ever talk about. But why do, well, I guess the question then becomes, if I want to run my UCLK at 2 gigahertz, how fast do I have to run my memory to allow me to obtain this performance benefit of running at reduced latency here between the fabric and the controller? And the answer we already know, it's already on the board. You have to run the memory controller, or not the memory controller, the memory itself at 4 gigahertz. Basically, it has to go faster. Now, here's another thing. Here's another thing to think about. We'll use the car analogy because I think this is a very good analogy here. Who here can tell me what is, in a memory subsystem like this, what is the slowest component in the memory subsystem? Meaning, out of all of these parts in this system, what has the highest latency? What is the slowest part in here? Mario's saying the dies. You need to be a little bit more specific on the dies. What dies specifically? Which one are you referring to? Fake Tramp saying the interconnection. Memory dies. The Krillin dies. The Krillin dies. Mario got the answer. The answer is the memory chip. This is the slowest component in the entire system. So Mario's correct. It is the DRAM chip itself. This is always the bottleneck. Always the bottleneck. It is never the UCLK. It is never the fabric. And it is certainly never the CPU cores, because they're actually the fastest thing in the entire system. The slowest thing is always the memory chips themselves. So the analogy that I like to think about is this: the slowest component is the DRAM, because imagine the cars are flowing on the highway. They exit and they get on the country road and they're driving over. Then they go into their house, which is a memory chip, and they park inside the garage in the DRAM. They park in the DRAM. That's basically where they're terminating. So now they're sitting in memory, waiting to be read, because they were loaded into memory. So now let's say you need to read the memory from your CPU for your application. So now you got to fire up the read operation, which means you got to go into the garage, turn on the car, back out the car, put it in drive down the dirt road, and drive on the highway, and drive into. So you can see the slowest thing is turning on the car and getting it out of the garage and driving down the residential street until you're on that country road. You're moving pretty slow until you're on the country road. And once you get on the highway, you're going really, really fast. So you can see that the slowest component is literally the car sitting in the garage until it's turned on and backed out and out of the residential neighborhood. That is the slowest component of the memory system. It is always the memory chip itself. So, how do we combat the slow speed of the RAM? Well, clock the RAM as fast as it can go. The faster the speed of the RAM, the faster everything can go. And there you have it. That's why I'm a big advocate for DDR5-8000 because with DDR5-8000, you're running the RAM at a whopping 4 gigahertz, knowing full well that the memory is the slowest component in the system. So you want to run the RAM as fast as possible. And who cares if you drop this to 2 gigahertz, because these two are literally the same speed. So now you automatically shaved off like 3 to 5 nanoseconds automatically just by making those two run the exact same speed. So in general, you want MCLK to go as high as it can go. And it just so happens 4,000 or 4 gigahertz, aka DDR5-8000, is a magic ratio, because at 8,000, your MCLK is 4 gigahertz, and that implies that your UCLK is 2 gigahertz, which is equal to your FCLK. So you get a reduction in latency, you get synchronization, no buffering in the fabric, and everything's good. So there you go. That is why with the Zen 4 and the Zen 5 architecture, DDR5-8000 was actually the true upper bound magic speed to achieve true synchronization. Because let's look at Zen 3. Let's look at Zen 3. So in Zen 3, what did we have? 1.8 gigahertz. Well, you just plug in the numbers and it's going to be a little bit different, because in that world you were running 3200. So you're running, yeah, your MCLK was like 1800 megahertz. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Is that right? No, that's not right. 30... Is that right? 3600 was your DDR4. So yeah, your memory was 1.8. So in this, yeah, that's correct. So in this scenario, in the DDR4 world, it was possible to run everything at the same speed. But because DDR5 clocks so much faster, you're talking like you can run memory at up to 4 gigahertz or even higher. That's why they introduced the concept of the ratio, or as Intel calls it, the gear ratio. Now, let's now talk about, well, we can kind of substitute Intel's numbers in here. Intel is exactly the same in the sense that Intel's Arrow Lake memory controller runs it up to 1600 megahertz, which means that Intel's UCLK is 1.6 gigahertz. Now, the thing is, Intel doesn't have a fabric. Intel's architecture is different. So we can't really say that this is the same design, because they have something called an NGU, the next gen Uncore, and they've got like a ring bus and things like that. The ring bus is basically the fabric, because think of it like a big highway that goes in a big circle, in a loop. But if effectively you've got different clocks, but the thing with Intel is Intel always will only ever run at half of the MCLK. Intel will never, ever, ever allow a 1-to-1 ratio, because it will explode. So it cannot do that. And that is why I go back to saying what we were talking about at the very beginning. The Zen 4 and Zen 5 memory controller is very muscular. It's buff. It's literally buff. It can lift. It can lift because it can go up to 3 gigahertz. The Arrow Lake memory controller can't do that. If the Arrow Lake memory controller tries to lift 3 gigahertz, it's going to get a herniated disc. It's going to have sciatic nerve pain for like 6 weeks. It just can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I mean when I say the Zen memory controller is very buff. It's very muscular because it can actually handle up to 3 gigahertz. It's not like the older memory controller or Intel's memory controllers, which just can't do that. They just physically can't do that. All right. So this is true synchronization. And this is the reason why what I have noticed is a lot of like QDIM stuff and the newer memory, they tend to start around DDR5-8000. So what this means is that in the future, depending on what AMD does with Zen 6, if they're doing a dual memory controller, I'm not even sure what that means for the fabric design. Basically, what I expect to see happen is this chunk of the CPU in the middle here, I expect this to change dramatically with Zen 6. I don't think the cores will change that much. I think the memory bandwidth, due to the dual memory controller, whatever they decide to do with the fabric, maybe there'll be some kind of weird ratio because they've got like 2 memory controllers connected to a single fabric or something. Who knows what they're going to do? I think that is probably the most interesting discussion to be had about the upcoming Zen 6, though. The memory chips are always the bottleneck. Even in Gear 1. The memory chips are still the bottleneck. Because the startup time, because your startup delay time to do the read operation is always the slowest thing to happen is the lookup table in your memory, in your DRAM chip. It's never, ever the stuff in the middle. That's like telling somebody that a car sitting in a garage is moving faster than a car moving at like 60 miles an hour on a highway. Yeah, no, that's not how bottlenecks work. So Arrow is made for enterprise efficient, which meant at the time low. Because one more thing I'll say about this, even when the MCLK is running at 4 gigahertz and the UCLK is running at 2 gigahertz, the MCLK is still the slowest thing in the system. Even though it's running at 2 gigahertz faster than the memory control, it's still the slowest thing in the system. For the fetch and prefetch, yeah, see? So somebody understands computer architecture. So that's good. We've got someone in the chat who knows what they're talking about. Okay, Arrow Lake is made for enterprise efficient, which meant... Okay, I don't understand this comment, though. Arrow is made for enterprise efficient. Arrow Lake, my understanding is that it's consumer. Is Intel planning on using Arrow Lake in data center? I thought they were doing a different architecture. My understanding was the stuff that they're manufacturing under TSMC is meant for consumer market only, and enterprise products in the server world were made by Intel's own foundries. So I'm not sure what is 1HT security? What's HT? I don't know what that means. That's a preventative measure. R10K is all 3D to strip. What are we talking about? What is this? R10K? Oh, Ryzen 10,000 is all... Man, your way of typing is always very cryptic. It's like I have to decrypt in real time like what you're typing. Ryzen 10,000 is all X3D to stretch one more processor generation on AM5. Woodcrest, Clovertown. What is all that stuff? AM5. So you're saying Zen 6 is AM5's last CPU? I mean, okay, that's good. If that's the case, that's great, because I actually was going to say that I thought Zen 6 was going to be on a new socket. But that's amazing if they're able to get Zen 6 on AM5. Because I thought it was going to be a new socket. Single thread versus dual thread. Maybe what AMD will do is what they did in 2022, where they released the 5800X. Well, but that was still Zen 3, though. So I don't know. Yorkfield, isn't that an Intel thing? Yorkfield sounds like a Bloomfield, Clarkdale, Gulftown. Those all sound like Intel things. Aren't those like old Intel, like Nehalem, You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zen 6 is AM5's last CPU. Well, that's good. That's good. I finally don't have to get a new motherboard. I can just use the same motherboard. You're gonna go from Zen 4 to Zen 6. That's a smart choice. Because if Zen 6 truly is coming to Zen or to AM5 next year, then that is a good upgrade. That will be like going from like Zen Plus or Zen 1 to like Zen 3. So that would be good. Because that's a massive upgrade. Going from like a Ryzen 7 1800X to a Ryzen 7 5800X is like, it's like a completely different planet in terms of how much faster they are. Oh, you're saying one hyper-thread? 9700K did not have hyper-threading, though. That was an 8-core, 8-thread. So you're saying the one hyper-thread doesn't make any sense. But basically, you're saying a 9700K that Intel promoted to gamers, YouTubers ate it up, and they were office CPU? Wait, what? What? Why are we talking about this? I don't think this has anything to do with that's so random. Yes, we're talking about a CPU from 2018. Yeah, because that's just right in line with what we're talking about. But yeah, okay. Off topic, but you're buying X870, Z890. I don't know why I automatically translated Z890 into X870. 900K, Ancient, Zen 7 on AM6 will up the single CCD. So, wait, isn't Zen 6 the one that's increasing the core count? Oh, you're talking about bus saturation? The new Zen 6 SoC is AMD's attempt to make up for the GPU loss. The GPU loss? What do you mean the GPU loss? They're not gonna have. They have to have integrated graphics on them. I don't think they would do no integrated graphics. There's too much of a reason to have the integrated graphics. Like, it was causing them, like let's put it this way: AMD was losing. They were losing competitive wins to Intel because they didn't have integrated graphics on their consumer CPUs, desktop CPUs. So they have to have integrated graphics. They don't have to have like anything that's decent performance-wise for integrated graphics. They just have to have integrated graphics. Because Intel always has integrated graphics. Now Intel for some reason, I don't understand why Intel does this, but Intel makes CPUs with the integrated graphics disabled, which I don't understand why they need to do that. But they do have that. So you can buy like a K, you can buy like well, like this thing right here. This thing right here. This has integrated graphics, but they make one of these. The Intel Core, they call it the Intel Core Ultra 9 285K. And then they have Core Ultra 285KF. So this one without the iGPU. This one is with the iGPU. I don't understand why they even bothered to make this, to be honest. I don't understand who would buy this. The difference in price is like $20. Why would you not buy the integrated graphics one? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, this to me, like, if I would have to understand the business case as to why this product needs to exist It makes me wonder, like, how many of these KF SKUs does Intel actually sell? Because I don't know who in their right mind would buy that over the one that has the integrated graphics. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But yet both of them come with the NPU. Yes, the insignificant NPU, when every AI chatbot that you run locally on your computer will prefer the integrated graphics chip over the actual NPU. But yet, for some reason, both of these include an NPU. But only one of them has an integrated GPU. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, who buys a KF? Who would buy a KF? I guess I have seen, like, Micro Center do pre-builds with KF SKUs. I don't understand who would buy those, because it's like, why would you buy the... Like, why? Especially because one of Intel's most competitive offerings compared to AMD right now is the integrated graphics. Like, Arrow Lake's integrated graphics is legit the best integrated graphics in Intel's desktop CPUs ever in the entire history of Intel. So to sell Arrow Lake without an integrated graphics is like blasphemy. It's like, the way, in my mind, I look at this, it's like, oh, this one has an iGPU. That means this one also has an AV1 encoder. It has AV1 encode and decode. It has both. This one has none of that. Why would you save $20 and lose all of this stuff? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So Arrow Lake's integrated GPU is literally the best integrated GPU in the entire history of computer desktop. And a lot of people don't know that. See, the thing is, everyone's like, oh, Intel loses in gaming. AMD's better for gaming. AMD's more energy efficient, blah, blah, blah. AMD has X3D. Well, okay, AMD doesn't have AV1 encode on their integrated graphics unless you're on an APU or you're on like an AMD laptop, which arguably that, you know, that's where it actually matters compared to desktop. But value proposition still stands. You're getting an AV1 encoder with your Arrow Lake CPU. You're not getting that with a 9950 X3D. But I mean, that's probably the extent of where Intel's advantage ends. It's like, it's got AV1. It's like, okay, cool. I mean, cool story. It's got an AV1 encoder. But that's about it. It's like, okay. And the thing is, guys, like, this is not like a deal breaker for a lot of people. Although this is good, though. This is good when you think about it, because Intel's AV1 encode, it also has, I think, like VP9, like 444. It has like a pretty good encoder for productivity. Like, legit, it does. So there is that. Now, where this argument falls apart and crashes and burns is the fact that if we're talking consumer desktop, who is going to use the integrated graphics when you're going to have a discrete graphics card like, I don't know, a 5080, 5090, 9070 XT, 7900 XTX? You're going to have some baller GPU that's going to have like a world's better AV1 encoder decoder capability, because it can do like simultaneous encode decode sessions, whatever, versus whatever the integrated graphics can do. So it's like, in that scenario, no one cares about the integrated graphics, and that is probably the counter argument as to why this thing can exist. But to me, this thing is completely irrelevant, because like, every single Ryzen CPU has integrated graphics. So why would you Like, if your competitor offers integrated graphics on every single SKU, why do you need to have a SKU that doesn't have integrated graphics? You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense. This is an example of like it's like an Intel cultural business practice thing to just have these extra SKUs just tossed into the channel because they can do it, or I don't know what it does. It's like, personally, I'm never gonna buy a KF SKU. Like, I would never ever buy a KF SKU. Like, this to me is dead. It doesn't exist. It's completely transparent. It's like it's not even there. But, you know, it exists for some reason. I don't know why, but it's there. So when you buy all new PC kit, because it's like, guys, it's like, think about it like this. If you, let's say you have a GPU that died for whatever reason, and you need to troubleshoot, or you don't even know if it's a GPU problem, but you need to rule out your GPU. Having the integrated graphics is an excellent way to verify if you have a defective graphics card. Because all you got to do is plug the monitor into your integrated graphics on the back of the motherboard, and oh, I get a signal. I get video out now. Oh, I have a dead graphics card. So not having that, it's like, this is basically so irrelevant in 2025. I don't know why this thing exists. So does 41st photo. What are we talking about? AMD does not charge for desktop APU. What are we talking about? They like more SKUs. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I would never buy a KF SKU. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's stupid in my opinion. It's not even redundant. It's like less than redundant. Redundant is like having the non-K SKU. Like, that's a whole nother discussion. Like, why they have non-K SKUs. The CPUs that you can't overclock. Like, that's another example of, like, I don't understand why why are there 3 SKUs? There's the K, there's the KF that has no GPU included, and then there's the non-K, which has a locked multiplier and you can't even overclock it. It's like, what? Like, what? Why does that need to exist? Like, what? What do you think of Nova Lake? I don't know anything about it at this point in time. Because I don't know what they're doing. They're so confusing to track with their foundry problems. Like, is Nova Lake going to be built by Intel or is it going to be built by TSMC? Like, who's building it? If you're buying 1,000 plus units and your purpose doesn't require IG, then what are you going to do with those 1,000 units? So, okay, hold on a second. You're going to buy 1,000 units. So that assumes that every single 1,000 CPU unit has to be paired up with a discrete graphics card. So you're going to buy 1,000 plus GPUs in addition to those 1,000 plus CPUs. Because you're required now to sell or purchase and then hope that you're reselling graphics cards for every one of those CPUs that you bought. Versus buying 1,000 plus K SKU CPUs. Some of them will have discrete cards of varying different performance tiers, and some of them won't. Some of them will just be whatever. They don't need discrete graphics cards. So I don't understand the KF. The KF SKU doesn't make any sense. Guys, do you guys realize, though? Like, okay, let's go further back. Let's go further back in time. I guess we're going to delete all this AMD memory controller stuff because I won't need this anymore. Although I think this was a good discussion. Let's delete all that. It's distracting. Okay. So let's go back further in time. Ryzen 7 1800X, $499 when it launched in March of 2017. This launches. Okay, Intel, January 2017. Intel launched i7 7700K. And I think this was what? 369 or something. So I don't actually know if that's correct. I know that the Ryzen price is correct. I don't know if the Intel one is correct. But the point is, you have 4-core, 8-thread. Here you have 8-core, 16-thread. And there's a price difference. Now, there were some lower-priced AMD. I mean, someone's probably going to say, oh, what about the 1700X? What about the $350 1700? That was legendary. Yeah, we're talking like, you know, the best of both at this point in time. So, okay, this one, no iGPU. This has iGPU. There were probably a lot of people, a lot of system integrators that chose this regardless of whatever discount they could get for any of the Ryzen SKUs, all the way down the stack. You can take any of them. You could take the i5, you could take the i3, whatever, doesn't matter. And you take the Ryzen 5, the Ryzen 3. You go all the way down the stack. In all scenarios, the Intel has the iGPU. The AMD has no iGPU, which means every single Ryzen system that the system integrator had to sell required them to attach a GPU with the Ryzen CPU. You couldn't build a Ryzen desktop at all without a graphics card. It was like this for most of AM4's lifespan. Now, AMD did have those APUs that did have integrated graphics, but those APUs had far less L3 cache, so their performance was hindered compared to the standard Ryzen CPUs that didn't have integrated graphics. So at least there was a difference there in the actual SKU. Like there was a tangible difference. Like the trade-off was you had better compute performance or you had integrated graphics, but you couldn't have both. So this was kind of like a weak point for AMD throughout AM4's history. Now, I know a lot of the people that watch this channel are tech enthusiasts, so you guys probably don't really care about this, but this is a fact. AMD lost a lot of sales to Intel. So, because you guys have to remember, from 2017 to like 2020, AMD was largely unknown, largely ignored or irrelevant, or people didn't know about them. Like, it was basically an Intel CPU world until this decade. And meaning, AMD needed to be so much better than Intel to even get noticed by companies to get, like, actual wins into system integrator markets. The lack of an iGPU was another like hindrance. It was another Achilles heel or weak point in their product offering that they knew they had to resolve, and they weren't able to resolve this until AM5. You were an Intel boy until the 1700 entered? I know a lot of people that bought the legendary Ryzen 7 1700. This was 300, I think it was 350 for 8-core, 16 thread. This was a 3.5 gigahertz, I think. Is that right? 3.4 or 3.3 or 3.4, somewhere around there. It's like, I forget the base clock. It was like 3.5, it was around 3.5 or 3.4 or something was the clock speed of it. But anyway, my build was the 1800X because I had to do the overclock. So I did Ryzen 7 1800X with this one. I know for a fact was 3.6 gigahertz base, 4 gigahertz boost, 4.1 gigahertz on the 2 best cores turbo. That was the stock configuration. So this was the best bin. These were the golden sample, like Zen 1 CPUs. And I remember overclocking this thing, and I remember doing like, I remember overclocking on Zen, like back in the day before PBO was really not that good. You had to have a BIOS that had something called P-state overclocking, which I remember the MSI X370 Gaming Titanium did not have P-state overclocking in the BIOS. In fact, they didn't even have offset mode until like, I think Zen 2 came out. It was some ridiculous, it was so long to wait. The Crosshair Hero from Asus did have P-state overclocking. So P-state overclocking, for those that don't know what this predates the PBO that we have now. This turned into Precision Boost Overdrive. It morphed into it. Do you guys remember when AMD had something called XFR? Extended Frequency Range. This was the old school overclocking. This was like learning how to overclock on Zen because it was all new. You know what's similar? Learning to overclock Arrow Lake. Intel's Arrow Lake feels very much like Zen 1 in that you have to learn all kinds of new terminology like NGU and all the different clock domains of Arrow Lake. It's insane. XFR, what was the one besides XFR? There was XFR, there was some other thing. Whatever the boost was. Oh, Turbo Core was their old terminology. I forget if they used that with Zen. Your last Intel CPU was a Core 2 Duo E8400. You had an AMD Athlon, and you didn't, and I didn't. Another computer until 2020. Wow. Whoa, that is a long time to be on the AMD Athlon. What? Wow, you had the Athlon that long? I had the Athlon from like 2006 to 2010. And I thought that was long. You held on to yours for like a whole decade longer than I held on to mine. Wow. That's incredible. I can't even imagine the CPU bottleneck though. Can you imagine using an Athlon 64 dual core to play Cyberpunk 2077 during the pandemic when it comes out, back when it came out? How would that even run? Would that even run on a dual core? I don't even think the game would boot up. The CPU bottleneck on that would be so intense. Okay, I was gonna say, like, I don't know how anyone, because I remember trying to play. You guys know what made me have to upgrade? I had Athlon 64 3200 plus. One core, one thread. That's all it was. One core, one thread. Socket 939. It wasn't even AM2 or AM1, assuming there was an AM1. It was socket 939. And I was trying to play StarCraft 2 in 2010, in the summer of 2010, on an Athlon 64 3200 plus, single core, single thread with DDR1. DDR1. Trying to play StarCraft 2. Let me tell you something. It was not fun. It ran, but as the match drags on, the amount of data on the screen because of all the units running all over the screen, like all your Terran or Protoss or Zerg units, like scattered all across the screen. Oh man, this thing started tanking the performance so bad. So bad. You had Pentium 4? Pentium 4 was like the rival to this CPU back in the day. I remember, you know, because people were building this for like World of Warcraft. Everyone, I remember IGN, GameSpot, everyone was using Athlon to play WoW for the reviews.
All my parts, from 9900K to 9800 by 3DW Raj Strix X870E. G. Skill 6K 30 centiliters. Works like a charm -30 curve opt. Cool and quiet smiley face.
Wow, so you did the upgrade. And you went with the Dash E. Okay, that's a good board because the Dash E does have the external clock generator. And the Dash E Strix probably has the best heat sinks that Asus can offer for Gen 5, just for their SSDs in general. I'm a little disappointed with the Hero because the Dash E actually has better heat sinks than the Hero while costing like $200 less. Yeah, that's a massive upgrade. That is a massive upgrade. We're talking like, okay, let's think about this for a second. The i9 9900K is from 2018. The 9800X3D is from 2024. That is, what is that, like 6 years? That's 6 years. The 9900K, is that right? Hold on. Yeah, that is right. 2018. Wow. Wow. That is almost the limit of what the 9900K could do, because the 9900K will turn 7 years old in like in a month or two, actually. Yeah, in like August, September of this year. This thing turns 7. And you know what happens when a CPU turns 7 years old? It becomes an ancient dinosaur. It becomes a relic. Well, I don't know about a relic. Relic is a bit extreme. I think it needs to be more than 10 years old to be considered a relic. But it is considered ancient. It becomes one of the ancients. Like in the lore of Night Rain. Yeah, that is a significant upgrade. What's funny is I've noticed that a lot of people have these like Intel 9000 series CPUs and they're all going to like AMD 9000. So they're still in that 9000 naming convention. It's so weird. It's like they held on to their CPU for so long that it's like they've gone around, they've come full circle, and it's like now it's 9000 is the number again right now currently. It just so happens to be with AMD this time around. You went from 10700K. 10700K was the pandemic. 10700K is pandemic. That's the pandemic era. Yeah, that's even more extreme. Okay, I was waiting for someone to mention Skylake. Thank you for mentioning Skylake. 6700K was 2015. Oh man, that is nearly a decade. Wow, that is the winner. That is that is a decade now. Wow, I can't believe that. That'll be 10 years old next month in August. Wow, the lands between. The lands between. That is so old. This is quad core, guys. This is quad core 8 thread. Quad core 8 thread in 2025. How is that thing still operating? With the way Windows 11 has all the like Copilot hooks and stuff running around? That thing's what? Like, how would anybody play? Man, okay, you know what? We gotta do a Monster Hunter Wilds live stream with my ancient intel. I want to see, or better yet, the bulldozer. Yeah, that. I don't know if I want to go there. I think we need to do a live stream with Monster Hunter Wilds, the most CPU demanding game of the year, with my ancient i7 4770K Haswell from 2013. Quad core, 8 thread, overclock to 4.4 gigahertz. I'll have to put the overclock on there, 4.4 gigahertz. My ancient. With that Z87. The Z87 from MSI. We gotta get this thing running micro. I was about to say Micro Center for some reason. Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know. This thing might die of a heart attack. I'm scared to try to even boot it up with that game. It's so old. And I had this thing overclocked to 4.4 gigahertz for like years. Yeah, all these quad cores. Man. 2013 Haswell, 2015 Skylake. Anyone still have a Sandy Bridge from 2011? Or an Ivy Bridge from 2012? Every time I think Haswell, 2013. Oh, I think Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn. It's like going down memory lane here, people. I can't believe Final Fantasy 14 relaunched with Haswell. Dude, that is so long ago. Or better yet, maybe I need to bust out the old FX 8350 with that 4.7 gigahertz overclock. That's my ancient 2012. Okay, this is where it's kind of controversial because AMD's like, oh, it's 8 core, 8 thread. Then there was the class action. It's actually more like a 4 core, 8 thread. But whatever. But yeah, that thing, we'll just say it's a 4 core, 8 thread because I always thought it behaved like a 4 core, 8 thread. At least Windows treated it like one. And then that was on the 990FX. Crosshair Formula Z from Asus, the ROG, the original, the Crosshair 5 Formula Z 990FX. I'm going to bust out. This is my very first flagship motherboard. I may have to bust that thing out. I think the members of the channel saw this in a members only video recently, the Crosshair 5 Formula Z. That trip down memory lane video with all those ancient motherboards. You had the i7. You know what CPU I always wanted? I always wanted Gulf Town 990X, the i7 980X. I always wanted one of these things. That Nehalem LGA 1366 triple channel DDR3. I always wanted one of these, even though Sandy Bridge was better than it. Not in multi-thread, but in gaming it was better. I always wanted a Gulf Town. That Nehalem stuff. First gen i7. Revised in 2010. Anyone ever had like the Super Baller Athlon FX? Did anyone ever have that thing? Do you guys remember like that $1,000 AMD? That Athlon 64 FX, like the really, really expensive Athlon? Like the $1,000 Athlon? I think it was like was it like a quad core or something? Or dual core or whatever it was? This was back before, like right before Conroe came out and messed up everything for AMD for like a decade. Yeah, there were like two CPUs. There was this one, which is really nothing to write home about anymore. And then there was Gulf Town. Gulf Town was like a 2010 CPU. 2010, somewhere around there. I think it was 2010. Because the original Nehalem was like no, it was like late 2008 was Nehalem. That was the first i7, the very first i7, the i7 920 and 930. I don't know why are we talking about all these old CPUs? Oh, it's because people are talking about what they upgraded from. It's funny, it's like we keep going further back. It's like people were like, oh, 9900K, 6700K. Then I start talking about Haswell and it turns into like now we're like going into like the 2000s decade of CPUs. Skull Trail. Skull Trail was last decade. Yeah, I always wanted the Skull Trail motherboard for my Haswell. Fun fact. Z87 was the last chipset where Intel actually made and sold their own motherboards. Like Intel reference desktop. You know how you can buy a reference AMD graphics card? You used to be able to buy a reference Intel motherboard. It was literally an Intel desktop motherboard. Z87 Haswell, this was the last one. The last Intel motherboard was a Haswell Z87 motherboard for 2013. Then they got out of that business, and it was just like Asus Gigabyte M. It was just the usuals. It was just the usuals. No more Intel motherboards. Just the usuals. You want to buy the reference RTX Pro 6000? Don't do it. Don't do it. We're what, like 18 months from the successor? I don't know if that's worth it. I mean, are you actually going to use the VRAM? I don't know if it's worth it. Were they better than third party? They were about the same. I always wanted one though. Like to this day, I still wish I would have gotten the Intel, because I think I had a chance. I had an opportunity to buy, like when I built my Haswell, I'm pretty sure Micro Center had a couple of those Intel desktop boards, and I was dumb and I chose the MSI. Nothing against MSI, but like I thought the MSI one looked cool because it had the red dragon on there. You know, it looked like it had Shenron from Dragon Ball Z on the motherboard. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna get one of those. If I could go back in time, man, I would have gotten that Intel desktop board 100%. Because that would have been like a cool, you know, like a relic to hold on to, like an antique. Because they didn't make very many of them. Typically, Intel never manufactured that many desktop boards. They just kind of like had them and they sold them through the channel, the regular retail channel. But yeah, it was an option. In addition to all the others, like they were rare though. It would be kind of like how you would see like BioStar randomly Intel desktop boards were kind of like that. It's like you typically you see the usuals, then all of a sudden there's like a random BIOS start, there's a random Intel. That's how it was. 4790 was that was Devil's Canyon. That was the refresh. That was Haswell refresh. That was 2014. I knew someone who had one of those until he upgraded to the 5800X3D a few years ago, back when the 5800X3D came out. He didn't want to wait for Zen 4, and looking back now, I think he made the right choice in going with the 5800X3D. Because earlier in the stream, we were talking about the whole memory DDR5 being stupidly expensive when it came out, and memory training times, and no one knew how to deal with that. So he basically avoided all of that by sticking with AM4 and getting cheap DDR4 RAM. Because remember, anyone who was on the i7 4790K, this is DDR3. DDR3. So if you're upgrading to a 5800X3D, you still have to buy DDR4. So you're forced to buy DDR4. Now, this turns out this was still a good option for most people in 2022 when this CPU launched, because I mean, but here's an example though of this is an interesting case, because this is a CPU from 2014, and we're talking 2022. We're talking 8 years. This guy had this CPU for literally almost approaching a decade. 8 years. So it's way over the 7-year mark at that point, which is the limit of how long you should have a CPU. And the 5800X3D just came out, and I remember telling him, you can either get this and don't look back, or you can wait a few months for Zen 4. And Zen 4 is going to be on a brand new socket, and you can go to DDR5, which means you can completely skip DDR4 and go straight to the 7700X and DDR5. But now looking back, he didn't want to wait, and I actually think he made the right choice, because he dodged the expensive DDR5 price. He dodged the long memory training and having to wait a couple months for a bunch of BIOS updates and stuff like that. Because I don't know about you guys, but I remember the early days of Zen 4. Do you guys remember ASRock and MSI? If you turned on Expo or XMP, you lose the ability to put the computer to sleep, so you lose suspend your RAM. Gigabyte and Asus allowed it, but sometimes you wake the computer up and it doesn't wake up, or it blue screens. There was a lot of bugs. Let's just put it this way. When Zen 4 launched with X670E back in 2022, there was a lot of issues. There was like bugs, there was BIOS, but mostly memory related things. And it was due to people running memory at like DDR5-6000 or 6400 or some high speed, and they don't understand. Oh, they need to be in Gear 2 mode or whatever. Or the voltages were not well understood. Or like, okay, like what's a good VSOC if I'm running DDR5-6000 or 6200? Like no one really understood. So there was like a lot of like learning curve that needed to occur with the launch of a brand new socket. Last year, we saw the same thing with the launch of Intel's Ultra Core CPUs. They had the same problem. They didn't have as many problems with memory because Intel was in their third iteration of DDR5 memory, because they had Alder Lake, which is the one that had all the difficult issues with DDR5, and it was very cost prohibitive. So most people that bought 12th gen Intel back when Final Fantasy Endwalker came out in 2021, late 2021, in the pandemic, they were pairing up their 12th gen Intel with DDR4. So they completely dodged the bullet on DDR5. And that's why Intel didn't have anywhere near as many people complaining about the memory training and the DDR5 being stupidly expensive and slow and hard to get running at the, like, everyone avoided that if they were on 12th gen Intel back in 2021, 2022 timeframe. So Intel definitely made the right call in providing a memory controller that was backwards compatible with DDR4. That was one of the smartest things Intel did, even though they got a lot of criticism from some of the tech media saying that they should have gone all in on DDR5. Well, it turns out a year later, AMD did that very thing. AMD went all in on DDR5, forcing people who wanted to upgrade to have to pay expensive prices on DDR5 unless they lived near a micro center and they got DDR5 for free. So the barrier to entry for AM5 was very expensive early on, and it was riddled with memory bugs and things like that. And there was no way around it because they didn't have DDR4 backwards compatibility. So that kind of like, I want to say that kind of like had the potential to tarnish the Ryzen brand image in a way, because that launch was kind of shaky. And then at the same time, literally like a month later, Intel launched 13th gen Raptor Lake, which still maintained backwards compatibility with DDR4. So people could easily get into 13th gen Intel, provided they stayed on DDR4. And around that time was when a lot of the tech media started showing the difference between DDR4 and DDR5. Early on, there wasn't much of a difference, so everyone kind of avoided DDR5 unless they had no other choice, aka they were going on to Ryzen. And fast forward like 2 to 3 years into DDR5's lifespan, we start seeing games come out that feature stuff like direct storage, or they use a lot more memory bandwidth. And you just see a lot of games that actually start showing a performance benefit from being on DDR5. And now, as the price of DDR5 has come down, now it's way more mainstream, and now everyone's just all in on DDR5. So, yeah, I guess in the future, like next year, we'll see what happens with Zen 6, but I think Zen 6 will with that dual memory controller, it has potential to do something radical in terms of how it actually functions compared to the Zen 5 and everything previously. But I feel like those of you who are only now upgrading to like a 9800X 3D or any of the 9000 series, you guys are the lucky ones, because it's similar to Zen 2 in the sense that when Ryzen 3000 came out, the platform, like all the BIOS bugs were already resolved, pretty much all of them, like with the memory and stuff, because Zen 1 had similar weird idiosyncrasies with the DDR4 behavior, similar to what Zen 4 did with DDR5. So I feel like the people who waited for Zen 5, aka Ryzen 9000, you guys completely dodged the bullet on like all the memory training and all the crazy weird stuff that people, the early adopters like myself, had to deal with when we upgraded back in 2022. Radeon with 32 gigs DDR. Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. Did we talk about all the things that went? Oh, we didn't really talk about Gen 5 SSDs. I guess we don't need to talk about that because the video is already on the channel. But let's look at, yeah, let's go look at that real quick. What is that GPU? Radeon AI Pro. Yeah, this thing. So back during Computex, this was announced. The Radeon AI Pro R9700. So this is the professional card. This is basically the 9070 XT with 32 gigabytes of VRAM. So if you're somebody who was looking to do AI, you're going to use Rockham or whatever, and PyTorch and all that stuff on Linux, and you need a lot of VRAM, this is probably going to be a good deal. Because it's going to be... Actually, do we know how much this is going to cost? They're comparing it to an RTX 5080. But I wonder, like, if that's a proper comparison, because I wonder what they're going to charge for this card. If they charge... I want to say, if AMD is going to charge, like, $1,500 for this card, I think this is going to be an incredible value, because you're getting the 32 gig VRAM for, like, almost half the price of an RTX 5090. And if you care about, like, the AI model stuff, if VRAM is what matters the most, this is a cheap way to get 32 gigs of VRAM. So I think this is actually a pretty compelling product. They're comparing it with... Oh, they're showing this DeepSeek. Yeah, so definitely... It says July, so yeah, it should come out this month. Threadripper 9000 is also launching this month, for those that were curious, if you're looking to build a workstation with the latest and greatest. So they're launching at the same time. So the 32 gigs of VRAM is like the main selling point on this card. But I'm really curious to know like what this will actually cost. Because this... For like $1,500, this could be a really good deal, or maybe even less than if this was like, ideally, if this was like $1,200, this would be like the best seller in the segment. But I don't see this being like $1,200. I think this is going to be like $1,500 or more. I don't know, but see, the thing is, like, they can't charge $2,000 for this. They could try to charge $2,000, but then, like, if they're charging $2,000, I feel like that puts this thing so close to the 5090, which has the same amount of VRAM, but it outperforms this in the compute operations, so it makes this a much, much harder sell. Even if they're targeting professionals, because there's still people out there that are going to try to save money for their professional workloads, and they're going to opt to buy a 5090. So I feel like this card needs to be less than $2,000, but it still has to be in that professional price point, because the problem is if they price this too low, all the gamers are just going to buy it up because of the VRAM. They're going to think they're getting like a steal of a deal because it's got 32 gigs of VRAM. But this would be around, I would say this would be around $1,500 to $2,000, somewhere around there. But I can't see this being around $2,000, because $2,000, technically, that is the Founders Edition 5090's price point. So I don't see this selling for $2,000, but I see it selling for around like $1,500, just because there's nothing else out there that offers 32 gigs of VRAM with these compute specs in that price point. So yeah, $1,500 sounds about right in my mind for this, like $1,499. $16.99. Yeah, it could be that. I personally, when I first saw this back in May, I was thinking this would be priced at the price of a Founders Edition 4090, which was $1,599. So I was thinking like $1,600 makes sense for this. But if they want to be aggressive, price it at like $1,400, $1,500. If it's $1,400, it's going to be constantly out of stock. I'll tell you that. If it's less than $1,500, people are just gonna buy this up. Like all the AI bros are gonna just buy this thing up. It's gonna be gone. It'll just vanish instantly. It'll just vanish instantly, because they want that 32 gigs. It's all about the 32 gigs. I mean, there's literally a whole slide about 32 gigs, and that's why. And how it beats the 5080. Look at that. In 3.5 Q4, 361% faster than the RTX 5080. Minstrel Smalls, Instruct 2503 on a Q8 depth with a 24 billion parameter model, 437% faster than the 5080. So this is DeepSeek. DeepSeek R1. 32 billion parameter. 454% faster than the 5080. It is so much faster than the 5080 because of the 32 gigs of VRAM. This is why VRAM is the king, and this is why NVIDIA and AMD can charge whatever they want as long as they have a big chunk of VRAM. Look at the RTX Pro 6000, or what is that card? The Pro, the $8,500. $8,500 for a 5090 Ti. The 5090 Ti, or the Titan, whatever, Blackwell Titan, whatever you want to call it, it costs $8,500 or more for a glorified 5090 Ti because it has 96 gigabytes of VRAM. So if you want to, if you make a GPU and you want it to sell for whatever you want to charge, stick a whole bunch of VRAM on it, and the AI bros will buy it up. They'll buy it up. They got all the startup capital. They got all the private equity. They've got all the private equity funds that they need. They know they've got the money. They've got the stacks. So all you got to do, stick a bunch of VRAM on your GPU, and you can charge whatever you want, and they'll buy it up in bulk. They'll be more than happy to buy it up. Especially when they see numbers like this. Look at those DeepSeek. Look at those DeepSeek numbers. 5080 doesn't even stand a chance. The thing's already dead. That card, 5080, is the biggest DOA card from NVIDIA like this year. For real. Terrible value. Trash value. The average worldwide end sale price of the 5070 Ti was $935. At that time, the cost of the card was $574. Okay, can you look up the numbers for the 9070 XT? Because that's the rival to the 5070 Ti. If you're gonna do that, I just want to see like where that card stands, because this card is basically the professional. This is literally the 9070 XT in a business suit. This is the suit. It's in the suit. It's one of the suits now. Suit up. It's professional time. Time to be a professional. Quit acting like a gamer. Suit up and be a pro. It's AI time. It's the AI time to shine. Yeah, it's time to go out into the real world and be a pro. R9700. Yeah, this is the business suit. This is AMD Radeon AI Pro R9700 for professional AI use. Pros only. AKA 9070 XT in a suit. What is this note? Like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm really curious to see those numbers on that other one, on the 9070 XT. $5070 Ti is like, okay, the NVIDIA card, the only good NVIDIA cards this generation seems like it's 5090, but it's stupid expensive. So really the only other one would be 5070 Ti. 5080 is a dead trash card, so it's basically 5070 Ti. I mean, then AMD's got 9070 XT. 9070 XT is a very strong rival to the 5070 Ti. Yeah. Trying to think of like what are the other good ones. Like the 9060 XT is a good 1080p card. I don't know, the other Nvidia cards seem kind of lame. Like 5070, the 5060, 5060 Ti, those are like ugh. Those are known as the ick. Those are the ick. 5060
Funny
ick.
how they showed off Witcher 4 on RTX 5090 before the card even came out. I will be surprised if the game is released before 6090 EOL.
Well, Witcher 4 should be coming out in a couple of years, actually. It'll probably come out during the 6090 generation, if not the tail end of the 6090 generation. Because, so think about The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 came out in what year? 2015, right? It was 2015. Was it 2015? I'm pretty sure it was 2015. Witcher 3 was 2015. The Cyberpunk 2077 came out. It was supposed to come out, I think, a couple of months, or it got pushed out a couple of times. And the whole excuse was the pandemic. Every game developer could use the pandemic as an excuse back then. And some of them, a lot of them, it was a legit excuse. At least initially. But the Cyberpunk 2077 came out at the end of 2020. Which was, what, like 5.5 years after Witcher 3? So you do the math. Okay, we'll just say 6 years. So next fall 2026 will be around, that'll mark, what, 6 years since Cyberpunk 2077. So I would imagine sometime within the next 2 years, Witcher 4 should come out. Because if it doesn't come out, then that's enough. That just goes to show everything that's wrong with the gaming industry. If it takes a decade to make The Witcher 4 a single player game, that is unacceptable. So no, it should come out within the next 2 years. Strix Halo makes more sense for large language models. Yeah, but the problem... So, okay, that's a good point, but you know what? The problem with Strix Halo is Strix Halo... Remember when Strix Halo was announced earlier this year? Here we are. We're now in the second half of the year, and there's literally only like 2 products on the market that feature Strix Halo. One is an Asus convertible, like, weird, like, tablet thing for gamers, which doesn't make much sense because I would rather it have been a traditional laptop. And the other one is an HP ZBook that didn't review very well because it was not very good build quality. So the problem with Strix Halo is, on paper, it is excellent hardware. Like the chip, the SoC, everything about it is so good. But it's like, the problem with it is, where are the products? Where are the business class products, the compelling products that would make people want to buy Strix Halo for everything that you just said? The problem is they don't exist. And that's the reason why we're back to the tried and true professional graphics cards in business suits. I've been waiting, let's put it this way, I've been waiting all year to buy a Strix Halo product that I would actually buy. I'm not going to buy that Asus thing because I don't buy those weird convertible. I want a true, like, laptop design for Strix Halo, or I want some kind of, like, desktop form factor for that. But there isn't one. There isn't one that's good, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm still waiting for, like, a ThinkPad with Strix Halo, and I don't understand what the holdup is. My guess is that AMD has some sort of OEM partnership exclusivity agreement with Asus and HP, which is a huge shame, because the sad thing is, if AMD wants to really, like, beat Intel into the ground in the business, the client mobile market, the way to do it is to go with enterprise brands. So, and they need to go with like the tried and true brands that businesses understand. So what do I mean by that? Well, where are the Dell Professional Series? Where are the Lenovo ThinkPads? Especially the ThinkPads, because the ThinkPads are massively successful globally. So I don't understand why, unless Intel has some, because I know Intel has an agreement with Lenovo. I think they do. At least I assume they do, because otherwise, why is it that you can't get this with a Strix Halo? If Lenovo were to announce an AI-ready ThinkPad P1 Gen whatever mobile workstation with Strix Halo, I would pre-order it immediately. But no, they don't do it because P1 is Intel well, okay, I don't know if it truly is an Intel exclusive, but I have a feeling that Intel and Lenovo partnered together to create the P1 series Ultrabook. So I don't think that they can put a Strix Halo, unfortunately, in a P1. But the P1, this is like the day one purchase. There are tons of ThinkPad enthusiasts that would buy a P1 with Strix Halo in it in an instant. And I'm one of those people. So, like, I don't understand what the problem is. Like, I ain't gonna buy no Intel Core Ultra with NVIDIA RT. No, because you want to skip all of it. Why is it Ada? Oh, this is an old article. That's why. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't buying no Intel Ultra in a P1. So the sad thing is I can't get a P1 because it doesn't have the platform that I want. I want Strix Halo with P1. So Lenovo, give me a P1 with Strix Halo. Otherwise, I'm not buying your P1. It's that simple. I'm just going to skip it. It's a skip. It's a skip. Try again. Maybe next time. It's like one of those things. You see what I'm saying? That's how consumers are. Consumers can be very picky. But if AMD wants to really stick it to Intel in the mobile market, they need to get compelling design wins like the ThinkPad P1. This thing would sell a ton of Strix Halo. And on the flip side, Strix Halo would sell a ton of P1s. So it's like, what is going on, people? Like, what is the bottleneck here? Is it Lenovo? Does Intel have some deal with Lenovo? Like, why hasn't AMD gone like all in with Lenovo? Because I think they would be way more successful if they went with this versus like the weird like gamer thing that Asus put out, which is cool, but it looks more like a concept. It's like looking at a concept car. If I'm being honest, it's not something that I would actually buy. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you look at like CES in Vegas, but you're not actually gonna buy it. It's one of those weird things. So it's like, why can't we get stuff like this with Strix Halo in it? Lenovo ThinkPad P14 Gen 6. Yeah, I know, but the thing with those aren't Strix Halo. Those are Kraken Point. The ones you're talking about, the P14S, the P16S, those are Kraken Point ThinkPads. Those don't have Strix Halo in them. Which is not a complete deal breaker, but the thing is, if you want to play around with Strix Halo, you need to get Strix Halo in an actual good device, like this. So I don't know what's going on. It's like, to me, here's my opinion. This is my like amateur opinion on this, I guess. But it's like, I look at this and it's like, if I was the product manager at AMD for like the mobile division or like Strix Halo or whatever, dude, I would be knocking on Lenovo's door literally every week to get in there and like, hey, you need to put this R chip in something like this tomorrow. No, today. No, yesterday. that is what they would do. That is what they need to do. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Like, is the product team still incompetent? Is Lenovo just like, no thanks? Maybe Lenovo evaluated it and it's like it didn't get in this year because they already Intel won all the design wins or so. Who knows? I don't know what the story is. There may be more to it than that. But it's like that HP thing. That HP thing is not doing it any favors, seriously. And the Lenovo and the Asus product is too niche. Too niche. Strix Halo is too. Do you know how much these P1s cost? If Strix Halo, okay, the Strix Halo is very, very expensive if you have the full 128 gigs. But if you can, it can scale down. It doesn't have to come with the 128 gigs. It's scalable, so they can offer different price points, and that's another thing that's kind of weird. Like there's not a lot of SKUs. There's not a lot of options. To me, it's a huge disappointment, and to me, it comes across as the product team dropped the ball. They had like a golden goose, and they literally dropped the ball because here we are. We're now in second half of 2025, and there's like no compelling Strix Halo laptops on the market. There's like some deadbeat thing from HP that no one wants, and then there's like the weird concept car from Asus, again, that no serious business user is going to want. So it's like, that's complete fail right there. So very, very disappointed in how the Strix Halo product has failed to gain any sort of momentum or traction. You posted a $2,000 mini PC. Yeah, but mini PCs are like, I guess. I mean, we may look at that, but you know, I want to see something that I can take on an airplane. You know what I'm saying? Mini, what is it? Mini GM, K-Tech, Evo. Yeah, but see, it's a mini PC. I just want to see some, like, mobile workstations. Where are the mobile workstations? This would be so good as a mobile workstation. Like a desktop replacement in a laptop form factor. I mean, if you guys watch the video that I did on the docking station with the external GPU in there, dude, you give me a ThinkPad with a USB a Thunderbolt port on there. I can plug that into my eGPU. I can use the Strix Halo and the discrete graphics card. I can literally pair up Strix Halo with a 3090 Ti. Just saying. With that docking station. That's why I would rather have a laptop form factor versus a mini PC. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's cool that it is getting into mini PCs, though. I will say that is good. That's like the only redeeming thing about how Strix Halo is entering the market at this point. But I don't understand, like, where are the mobile workstation products that would actually sell? Like, because the thing is, what you guys don't understand is corporations will literally buy these they won't even buy. They will lease these laptops from Lenovo or from Dell or HP. They're business class laptops. They will lease for like 2 years or 3 years. I think they can even do 4 year. But typically, most companies will lease ThinkPads like the P1 in bulk for their employees as a company provided computer for work. Can you imagine? Now, they don't have to go with the full balls to the walls 128 gigabyte flagship Strix Halo. They can go with like a 64 gigabyte Strix Halo or like a 48 gigabyte Strix Halo. In fact, a 48 gigabytes Strix Halo would probably be ideal for a lot of corporate computers, to be honest, like 40 or 64, whatever, one or the other, just as long as it's more than 32. So 48 or 64, maybe 96, whatever. So they could get a bunch of these design. If they get design wins, they can sell these into like 3-year lease bulk purchases, I guess, or I guess lease technically is not a purchase, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like that is how to really steal the market share from Intel. That is how you do it. You get a design win for something like this that you know that your like corporations like Microsoft will lease these computers from Lenovo for like thousands of employees around the globe for like 3 years. Can you imagine? So if AMD had this design win with Strix Halo, they could literally seed Strix Halo into the corporate environment and get a lock-in for up to 3 years. That is how you literally erode the market share from Intel in an instant, in a refresh cycle. But that being said, there are some good ones. They have some good. They've got Strix Point. They've got Kraken Point is the one that's rolling out all over the place right now. Like HDZ earlier mentioned, the ThinkPad P14S, P16S. Yeah, those all have Kraken Point. Those, unfortunately, they don't have Strix Halo in them. But it's like, okay, I was like, those are options. Yeah, that's cool. But, you know, like, where's the really compelling stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always like a mishmash. I feel like AMD is always like off center when it comes to mobile market. Like, they have great hardware under the hood, but they can't seem to get the design win. Like, they can't seem to get the actual SKU that corporations will bulk purchase for their employees. Intel always somehow manages to maintain that market. So Intel's sales team, their product team, is doing a great job maintaining their mobile market share, because it's like, I don't know what AMD's doing. I don't know what I don't know, man. It's like, whatever. Keep going with Intel. Just keep going with Intel. Intel wins 8 in 10 laptop production, starts on volume economies. See what I'm saying? Like, this is... But see, with Intel switching to TSMC, it becomes a financial headache for Intel's bottom line, because all the revenue, the vertical integration advantage that Intel enjoyed for so long doesn't apply if you have to manufacture from TSMC. So Intel's lost a massive advantage, and AMD continues to fail to capitalize on that loss. Or that disadvantage. Or I guess it's not really a disadvantage because AMD also relies on TSMC. But you guys get what I'm saying. Like, we're talking like business strategy here. And AMD, in my mind, AMD is still a complete fail when it comes to the mobile space. And Intel always somehow manages to like one-up them in mobile, even when AMD has a more compelling portfolio. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. It's like, it proves that you can have the best product, but if your sales team can't sell it, your competitor's still going to win. And you can have a trash product, but if your sales team knows how to sell it and spin it like it's awesome, you can still end up being very successful. So I don't know if it's a sales channel relationship problem or what they have going on, or if it's like a volume issue. Maybe it's a volume problem. AMD always seems to have a volume issue. They never seem to manufacture the capacity that a lot of these companies like Dell and Lenovo are demanding. And maybe that's what it is. I don't know. So they always seem to be like sidelined to like a boutique, you know, special order, you know, like whatever, while where Intel gets all the high volume. But yeah, but see guys, this is why I'm not worried about Intel. Everyone's like, oh, Intel's doomed. No, they're not. No, they're not. If most of your revenue is coming from mobile, you're not doomed. You're going to suffer a couple of quarters of setbacks. You're going to have to lay off a bunch of people. Like, you're not going to go away. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't worry about Intel. I'm never worried about Intel. I'm not saying they're too big to fail, but like the gamers, the enthusiasts are all thinking, oh, AMD's like so much better than Intel. Well, okay, that doesn't always matter if the public is still buying Intel in bulk. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if Intel's still bringing in their revenue, it's like whatever. Okay, they're not as profitable as they were, but it's like they're not gonna die anytime soon. They're gonna stick around and keep doing what they're doing. So I am not worried about Intel at all, especially when we have stuff like this happen. Where it's like, oh, your competitor has like the golden goose, but they fumbled it like 5 times, so there's nothing we have to worry about. You know, it's like, okay, just keep selling Arrow Lake, keep selling Arrow Lake at the channel. It's like, whatever. The gamers don't care about it, but who cares about the gamers? Who cares about the gamers, man? We'll just sell our Arrow Lakes into mobile. We'll sell it into the pre-builds. CyberPower PC, we'll just sell it to gamers who don't know how to build computers. Like, that's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what is happening. It's like, oh, all the tech tubers are criticizing our Arrow Lake. Who cares what they say, you know? Like, people who don't know how to build computers are still gonna buy Intel inside. Like, they're just gonna buy an NZXT pre-built with Intel Core Ultra 7, blah, 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 no integrated, it's like a KF or whatever. Like, they're just gonna do it. Like, that's how it is. That's how it always is. What is impressive, though, is that, what was I going to say? What is impressive is AMD is actually at like 40% market share on Steam hardware, though. Let me see. Steam hardware survey. So this is quite interesting. The thing that sticks out to me is this. So AMD... So genuine Intel, and remember, Steam is not the be-all, end-all, because there's way more computers out there that don't actually use Steam, but Steam is a good indicator of where the gamers are in terms of market share. And Intel is still, okay, look at the difference. Like, okay, in February, Intel was almost 70%. Earlier this year. Fast forward to last month, Intel's down to 60%. This is like a 9% drop in 5 months. In almost half a year, Intel's lost almost 10% of their Steam hardware market share. And AMD went from like 31 to almost 40%. So it's almost a 60-40 split. It's about a 60-40 split between AMD and Intel. This is the closest AMD has ever gotten to matching the Athlon 64 days of World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 1 and Halo 2, or not Halo 2, Half-Life 2. This is crazy. Like, this is utter domination, because it's like, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. I'm still not worried about Intel seeing this. Is like, it's like the dog in the meme. This is fine. You know, the dog in the room that's on fire. This is fine. We lost 10% market share. It's Steam. Whatever. Whatever. So, but yeah, this is significant though. I don't think AMD has never been this high up on the Steam hardware CPU ratio to Intel. The fact that it has gained so much goes to show the power of the influencers. Because, you know, like when Arrow Lake launched last year, I thought Arrow Lake overall was a good product. But all the tech people were like, 9800X 3D. It's like the best CPU for gaming. Period. Buy it now. So like all the gamers, all the PC people who wanted to upgrade, they all went out and bought it. You know, it was sold out. It was hard to get a hold of for a long time. But AMD kept restocking it regularly, which means they had good volume. When AMD has good volume and they can back up the supply, see what happens? This is what happens. When you have volume, when you actually have volume, look what you can do. Oh, wow, you can take market share. Economies of scale. Oh, economics 101. So that's the thing, like, because I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, okay, it's like, is gaming like the only thing that these people care about? Like, what is going on here? Like, everyone's just ignoring the fact that Z890 has so much good stuff about it. Z890 no longer, like, drops your GPU to 8 lanes if you install a Gen 5 SSD, unlike Raptor Lake, unlike 14th Gen. It fixed that problem. And the other thing, Z890 has the potential for Thunderbolt 5. You can't do Thunderbolt 5 on any AMD motherboard. You can do Thunderbolt 4, you can do USB 4, that's all standard, but you can't do Thunderbolt 5. Thunderbolt 5 is a Z890 exclusive technology until we see what happens with USB 4 2.0 next year with Zen 6. So there will be a response from AMD. AMD has a relatively strong CPU team now, which is relatively competent. So there will be a response to Thunderbolt 5 next year. You can rest assured. It'll be called USB 4. It's actually in my video, in my Thunderbolt 5 video. At the very end, I actually show it. It'll be called USB 4 version 2.0. aka Thunderbolt 5 on AMD. So it will be available next year. So, but right now, technically last year, Arrow Lake launched Z890. Oh, and guess what? Potential for Thunderbolt 5. New technology, Thunderbolt 5, 80 gigabit, double the bandwidth. So you get Thunderbolt 5 capabilities. You get AV1 encoder in the integrated graphics. You do not get that on a 9800X3D. Oh, and guess what you also get with Z890? You get 4 more lanes of Gen 4 for another SSD. Because you don't need to do bandwidth sharing. Because the CPU, maybe we need to do like a comparison here. Let's go back. Let's do it. Let's do the comparison. Let's compare. All right, let's do this. This will be the final topic of the stream. Wow, we've gone long. This is longer than I thought. I thought we were going to do 3 hours. We're at 3.5. All right, let's do X870E versus Z890. So, USB 4 1.0. USB 4 1.0 standard, meaning it is mandatory. You get it on both. So now let's do another one. Wi-Fi 7. Okay, so far they're neck and neck. You get H.264, H.265. Basically, you get AVC encode, decode, and you get HEVC encode, decode. And I think you get AV1 decode, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. This one, you get AVC, HEVC, AV1 encode, decode. So you're missing AV1 on X870E. Because the Ryzen 9, unless you're going to, well, okay, we'll talk about that later this year, because AMD is going to bring a CPU to X870 that does have AV1, but it will be an APU, not an X3D CPU. So, okay, there's one thing. Now let's do USB 4 2.0, not available. At least not on the current CPUs. This one, USB 4 2.0 optional for some motherboards, just like the Z890 Maximus Hero. My entire video about Thunderbolt 5 is actually a video about USB 4 2.0. We'll learn about that next year. So already I'm seeing some advantages from a feature standpoint on the Z890 platform that I do not see on the X870E equivalent. So we're seeing some... Man, I sound like an Intel salesperson right now. I feel like an Intel salesperson right now. I'm selling people on the story of Z890 when none of the reviewers managed to do it. They all kind of like bashed it. They didn't look at the positives of it. Okay, so now let's go even further, because there was one more. Actually, I think that covers what I wanted to say. Oh, this one has... this one can do, what is it, 24... So you have PCIe 5.0 X24, and then you have PCIe 4.0 X12, and you have PCIe 3.0 X8. Now, this is where things get really messy, because the Intel one is really, really hard to like get the actual numbers. So here, oh, I guess we can say SATA is shared. Okay, this one, you get 16 plus 4, so you get 20 lane. You get Gen 5 X20. You get 20 lanes of Gen 5, so you still have less lanes of Gen 5 compared to AMD. So AMD has an advantage there with Gen 5 bandwidth. You get an additional 4 lanes. So I gotta count this now. I've got 4, 8, 12, 16. So 16. You get 16 lanes of Gen 4. And I don't know what they do about Gen 3, but I know that you get 4 SATA. You get SATA 4 SATA drives. I don't know what they do. So the question is, what do they do for PCIe 3.0? Because I don't know what they offer for Gen 3. But you guys can see in the lane count, AMD has 4 more Gen 5. Intel has 4 more Gen 4. I don't know. So the difference between Intel and AMD, Intel has dedicated SATA interfaces. AMD does not. In order for AMD to give you SATA ports on the motherboard, they have to take lanes from Gen 3. So for every RAID-capable SATA interface on an AMD motherboard, you lose 1 lane of Gen 3. Now people are like, oh, it's Gen 3, it doesn't matter. You know, like it's a trade-off, it's whatever. But just know that Intel has dedicated SATA interfaces that don't take lanes from PCI Express. So that is one difference between the two of them in the chipset. And I think that pretty much covers it. So like the main selling point in favor of X870E is you get more Gen 5, you get more pure bandwidth. With Intel, you get more feature capability. You get AV1 on the CPU. You get you get 4 more Gen 4, so it's kind of AMD. I got to give the win to AMD technically on the PCIe side, but it's hard to say because AMD shares Gen 3 lanes with SATA, Intel doesn't, and I don't know what Intel's true Gen 3 count is. I think what Intel does is they take Gen 4 and downregulate on lower end Z890 to Gen 3 speed. That's probably what they're doing. But Intel has the option for some boards, not all of them, but some of them, usually the more expensive ones, offer USB 4 2.0. And for those that don't know what that is, this is 40 gigabit USB This is 80 gigabit USB. So 80 gigabit USB is not available on AMD's current platform. Meaning if you bought into X870E, at least as of now, there is no way to gain USB 4 2.0 functionality. This is something that the higher end Z890 motherboards do have the option. That was what my entire Thunderbolt 5 video was about. Because technically, this is also known as Thunderbolt 4. This is known as Thunderbolt 5. So from a feature standpoint, Z890, in my opinion, I don't even know if it's an opinion at this point. It depends on how much you favor like the Gen 5 bandwidth over, you know, AV1, the option for Thunderbolt 5, you know. This one, oh, also, this is via chipset. This is via the CPU. This is via chipset. Meaning, the way you get USB 4 on X870E is via an actual chip that gets soldered onto the motherboard. In this case, we all know this very well if you've been watching a lot of my videos. ASM 4242 from ASMedia provides the USB 4 40 gigabit functionality via the chipset. Now, this is different from Z890. Z890, the actual Arrow Lake CPU natively provides the 40 gigabit directly from the CPU itself. It is integrated into the CPU. So there is no need to solder a third-party chipset onto the motherboard for Z890 in order to get USB 4 1.0, aka Thunderbolt 4, on Z890. Now, Thunderbolt 5 requires an optional chipset, just like Thunderbolt 4 on AMD. So these are the differences, and I don't think you'll find this info anywhere else, as far as I know, on the internet. This is probably the first and only, or probably one of the most direct comparisons between X870E and Z890, showing clearly what the pros and cons of both, or what the trade-offs or differences are between the two of them. So you can see why some people who are doing like some sort of media, you know, what we like to call a mini HEDT, would look at this and they're like, for video editing, that's a nice to have, even if you're going to use a discrete GPU. This is also a nice thing to potentially have for future proofing. Oh, I just thought of the one thing that I kept thinking about, but I kept forgetting. CUDIM. CUDIM. Z890 has native support for clock driver DDR5. X870 does not. It only has bypass mode. So it has that as well. This has CUDIM bypass mode only, which means it doesn't even use the clock redriver on the memory module, which is the whole point of even buying a CUDIM module in the first place. So CUDIM is also a thing. So we look at the things that make Intel win. Intel wins on having a better integrated graphics, offering the potential for USB 2.0 today and now via a chipset add-in, and offering the latest standard in DDR5 memory capability. So if we're doing a direct comparison, functionality-wise, Intel is ahead of AMD from a feature standpoint. Now we're going to hear the counter argument in favor of AMD. So AMD will add AV1. There is an asterisk, and the asterisk is Zen 5 APU. Zen 5 APUs have the AV1. In fact, Zen 4 Plus, so the 8700G, for example, that I believe, yeah, that does have, to my knowledge, that does have the AV1. Actually, I don't know if it does. I think it does. But I can tell you that the APU Zen 5 that's coming out later this year, which will work with X870, definitely will have AV1 encode. So that is addressed, but like if we're talking like, you know, objective comparison, 9950X versus Core Ultra 9 285K, the 285K does have this, the 9950X does not have that. So Intel from a pure, so okay, where does AMD win then? AMD wins more PCIe 5 lanes. They've got more PCIe 5 lanes. Intel has more PCIe 4 lanes, but you know, technically Gen 5 is better. We literally have a video on the channel about why Gen 5 matters with modern SSDs like the Evo, for example. That is pretty much the extent. And I guess the big elephant in the room is AMD has the faster CPUs. So that is ultimately what makes them win, because AMD has 9950X3D, 9900X3D, 9800X3D. They've got the X3Ds. They have 9950X, 9900X, 9700X, 9600X. So they've got like a bunch of CPUs. All of them have unlocked multipliers for overclocking. All of them have access to like PBO. All of them have access to like basically you're not locked out. All of them have integrated graphics. You don't have to think about that. Whereas here, if we do like Intel's CPUs, you have the 285K, the 285K, or 265K, the 245K, the 285KF, the 265KF. I don't know if there's a 245KF. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I don't know. They're also supposed to put out like the 285, the locked multiplier variant or whatever, the one that you can't overclock. But I do think that I like that Intel has a condensed lineup with less SKUs. I was sick and tired of seeing all those weird like 12400F, 13100F, like all those bizarre random SKUs. Some of them were like different, like last gen Alder Lake parading around as a 13th gen product because it had a 13,000 SKU, even though it was an Alder Lake under the hood. Like weird, Intel did weird, shady stuff like that with their previous generation, and I like that they have a more condensed lineup this time around. So, yeah, oh, the other thing too, okay, here's what also is, we'll do this too. Don't forget that not only, and here is where X870E wins. Here, this is probably what's gonna make it win. Watch, check this out. Check this out. Oh look, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. There's more. There's more CPUs that work on this platform. You have those. You have this. You have this. You have this. You have this. Oh, wait, hold on, we're not done. Hold on, there's more. 8700G. 8600G. 8500F. You've got the, I think there's like an 8400F. I'm not sure about that one, so I'll leave that off. But you guys get what I'm saying? There's also going to be, here it comes. Here it comes. Zen 6. Zen 6. 2026, next year. And that's why it wins. It wins once you add all the backwards compatibility and future upgradability. That's what kind of kills it for Z890. Because I really, and I've said this multiple times on multiple streams, I really think Z890 as a platform is objectively superior to X870E. At least today, from a feature standpoint, it has some significant, noticeable advantages over AMD's platform. However, once you start bringing in the fact that there is an upgrade path from Zen, those on Zen 4 can go to Zen 6 next year and get a massive upgrade. Those on Zen 5 can do the exact same thing if they wanted. The option is there. Now, there will be some new CPUs from Intel later this year. They will be known as Arrow Lake Refresh 2025. They will come out around October for those that are curious. There will be new Intel CPUs, but there will be nothing more than a refresh of these old CPUs. So basically, think of this like 13th gen and think of this as 14th gen. It's literally a copy paste with some minor changes in voltages. That's what will be the new CPU from that. And then next year you're getting a new socket, so this whole thing becomes end of life. So, and that's what really kills it, to be honest. That's what really kills it. So it has some nice to haves. You know, it's got some nice to have advantages, but it doesn't have longevity. And that's the reason why, you know, it loses out in the end. You forgot that. Yeah. I mean, it's got a lot of CPUs. You get the idea. There's a lot of CPUs. You got lots of options. Okay. Granted, it's lower power, but granted, is showing bus saturation over Raphael unless... What are you talking about? Oh, does anybody know what the APUs, the Zen 5 APUs are going to be called? Like 9600G or whatever? Like, when is that coming out? When did that stuff come out? Because that I think is going to be good. Whenever it decides to show up. I think that's later this year. So we will get some CPUs from both of them. We're getting Arrow Lake Refresh this year, and we're getting the Zen 5 APU this year, I think. Aren't we? I think we are. Because the BIOS updates already have support in them. Z890 is like Trunks when he shows up to fight Frieza, but it's useless when the androids roll through. Yeah, it's one of those like cool platforms because this platform feels kind of like it's ahead of its time. You know what I mean? Like it comes in, it offers like 80 gigabit Thunderbolt 5, which no one can use because there's no Thunderbolt 5 peripherals. So you're stuck using it with like your old 40 gigabit Thunderbolt 4 stuff. And then that's assuming you even buy the $100 something add-in card. The whole thing that I did the whole video about last week. And you have a motherboard that actually allows you to add this. And only the more expensive motherboards offer this. And then CUDIM is more expensive DDR5 than standard DDR5, so you're spending more money on the RAM, and the reality is it doesn't actually benefit you in performance compared to regular DDR5, so it's like, what's the point? This is what I mean. It's people who are buying into this, like, it's got these early adopter style technologies, like it's got Thunderbolt 5 capability, it has CUDIM today, here and now, but it's like the reality is it's like someone who bought into DDR5 when DDR5 was brand new. It was barely better than DDR4. This is exactly the same scenario that CUDIM is in today. It is not even better than standard DDR5. So it's absolutely pointless. You're literally just wasting money just to say you've got CUDIM RAM. You know what I'm saying? It hasn't matured yet for it to even matter. Same thing with Thunderbolt 5. There's no significant like Thunderbolt 5 peripherals today that can actually benefit 80 gigabit throughput of Thunderbolt 5. So it's like it's a nice to have, but it's like, oh, by the time stuff rolls out in like 3 to 5 years where this actually has tangible benefits, you'll be on an old, outdated platform when like all the newer motherboards from Intel and AMD will have the same sort of feature set as this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it feels like it's an early adopter. It's kind of like it has these cool things, but they don't really do anything. Like they don't give you any sort of benefit in any way. So it kind of like fizzles out in terms of its advantages. But if we're strictly grading it on checklists, you know, like Intel's got, you know, like more stuff, you know, like it's got that, it's got this, you know, like AMD doesn't have those things today on their platform. So it doesn't matter if they don't do anything, like they don't benefit, but it's like they're there. So it's like the checkbox mentality. Oh, it's got this, even though I'll never use it, or it doesn't actually do anything. The rumor is Gorgon Point will be the APUs that come out for AM5, which would be the 890M. Whoa, the 12 core? Hey, that might be interesting. That might be interesting to play around with, actually. But we'll see. Man, I hope those come out soon. They're probably going to come out in like Q4, though, which is weird. Or they'll come out in like September. Probably. But yeah, I think the average consumer is going to look at this and they're going to be like, this platform has a lot more stuff. Like, it's got a lot more CPUs that work with it. So I think ultimately this one wins out because of longevity. Yeah, the AP, well, I know they're coming this year. I just don't know when. When will we get a GPU that will get us in like, probably in like 6 years, 7 years. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. You're saying 124K on, yeah, that's like 7 years from now, 6 years from now, probably. Which means it's like RTX 7090 or maybe 8090. The RTX 8090 maybe. And whatever the AMD thing is at that time. This is kind of a weird period because like I don't know what to call AMD's next generation stuff for GPUs, but whatever it is, it'll be able to compete. Because here's the thing, like Nvidia and AMD both are reaching the limit of technology. So it's like, you think of it like this. Nvidia... Okay, let's get rid of this stuff. We don't need this stuff anymore. This was a cool little exercise in comparing. I don't think I've ever compared these two platforms directly together like this I like this comparison because I think it's a big eye-opener in terms of like what these platforms offer. But you guys look at like the technology curve, and this is definitely gonna be the last discussion point because the stream is like way too long now. We're at the 4 hour. So, but the last thing I'll say is NVIDIA, whoops. I didn't want to change the color on that line. NVIDIA, like the technology improvement over time is becoming, it's like this. Like every time you get node shrinks, it's like you get these kind of like improvements with each generation, but think of it like as time goes by, this is an illustration of Moore's law kind of like tapering off. You know what I'm saying? You're getting like it basically like you're not able to get performance improvements with node shrinks over time because you're not able, you can't shrink the node anymore. It's becoming a limit. So AMD similarly, if we say, well, this is not a good graph that shows performance. This is really illustrating like node shrink. Node shrink is like the x-axis, and the y-axis is how much performance uplift you get from the node shrink. So the AMD is the same thing. Well, these graphs will look pretty much the same. Sometimes AMD might get more than NVIDIA. Sometimes they get less. So that's kind of like, but eventually both of them will converge, is what I'm trying to illustrate here. Eventually, both of them will only be able to be equal to each other in performance because both of them are, at the end of the day, just making graphics cards, and they're trying to pack as many shaders and get as much clock speed and memory bandwidth as they can on their cards. So then what's going to happen is the only way you can get performance uplifts is through software optimization. Better utilization of memory management, better utilization of drivers, more fake frames, multi-frame gen. NVIDIA has already shown us that that is where they're going with the future of graphics because they know that they're not going to be able to get these huge uplifts anymore. So they have to start looking at other ways to change the way the game is played. Remember what I told you? If you know you're going to start losing or you're not going to be able to maintain your competitive edge over your competitor, what do you do so that you don't lose? You change the rules of the game. If you're forced to play in the NFL and you're terrible at football, but you're really, really good at basketball, what do? You change the rules of the NFL so that the game is played like you're playing basketball. That's what NVIDIA is currently doing. They're making all the moves that show that they are changing the rules. They want game performance to be graded on things like frame gen, things like visual clarity, smoothness, visual clarity in fast-paced motion. Like that's the sort of thing. Encoder quality, AI upscale quality. That is what NVIDIA is doing to try to show like these are the tangible benefits that the gamers will get by upgrading their GPU, because they're not going to be getting like massive like 60% performance uplifts or 100% performance uplifts from like 20 years ago. It's just not going to happen. That's the reality. So AMD will eventually catch up with them and they'll become equal in terms of rasterization. It is a fact of the limits of Moore's law that at a certain point, if NVIDIA doesn't do anything software-wise, AMD will eventually catch up to them and they will become identical performance-wise because they're both from TSMC. They're both going to stack as many cores as they can on their node, on the reticle. They're going to have those big, giant, top-tier SKUs all the way down the stack, and they're going to perform identically in rasterization because they're both on the same nodes, and the nodes aren't really going to make the huge jumps anymore. So it's going to come down to architecture and like software things. to give us the benefits that justify performance uplifts, and that is where things like multi-frame gen come into play, and DLSS and FSR4 and all those things. That is where we're going. And a lot of the gamers don't like this because they don't like fake frames, they don't like or synthetic frames or whatever. 2x frame gen, 4x frame gen, but that is where we are headed. That is the reality. I know AMD is going to copy NVIDIA and do their multi-frame gen, and they're both going to end up in the same boat. And right now, NVIDIA is trying to prevent this from becoming a zero-sum game where both AMD and NVIDIA are selling you commodities that it's like choosing between a Toyota and a Honda. You know, like, do you want a Toyota Corolla or do you want a Honda Civic? It's like, you know, that's where they're headed if they can't, like, keep changing the rules of the game. So that's where we're headed in the next decade of GPU compute. So yeah, the fact that NVIDIA is going to come out with a 6090 in the next generation, you can rest assured AMD's next top-tier GPU is going to be very similar to the 6090 because they're getting very, very close to the limits on what they can do out of the silicon. And they're going to have to start innovating in other things. So it's like, okay, next generation, maybe 6090 and AMD's thing perform exactly the same, but maybe NVIDIA's still further ahead in ray tracing, or maybe by a small amount, or maybe NVIDIA's got like 16x frame gen, and AMD only has like 4x frame gen, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, NVIDIA can be like, hey, look, we're getting 1,000 frames per second in Cyberpunk 2077, and AMD's card's only getting, you know, like 1/4 of that because we're doing frame gen times 16. X16 frame gen on the 6090. But I know where it's going. It's like, oh, look, frame gen raises your frame rate and lowers your power consumption because the frames are generated in software. They're not actually generated on the compute. So you're not wasting electricity. Oh, energy efficiency, the 6090. It's wonderful. That's where we're going, guys. You'll see. You'll see. Frame gen is here to stay. It's not going away. The fact that it is a mandatory feature that you must turn on for Monster Hunter Wilds is very telling that that's where we're going. So anyway, we will do, I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to do like Night Rain. I'm thinking this weekend we're either going to be streaming more Night Rain or we're going to be streaming Monster Hunter Wilds on some weird computer.
Fake frames are actually not that bad depending on the game. People are just repeating what toxic YouTubers say, and most of them haven't even experienced it by themselves, probably because their cards don't even support it.
That is a valid point. So yeah, that's the thing. Like here's the thing, guys, and we're going to end the stream on this point. Back when Monster Hunter Wilds was new, I would join the play sessions, and people in the chat, in the Monster Hunter session, were complaining about how the game ran like garbage. And they were on typically they were on a 30 series graphics card, an NVIDIA RTX 30 series graphics card. And I told them in the chat, I would literally tell them, turn on stop using DLSS, turn on FSR, and turn on frame gen from FSR, problem solved. And the people who followed my advice stopped complaining immediately. And some actually thanked me for fixing their performance problem by literally telling them to turn on FSR and turn on frame gen. And most of them accepted it. And the few people who did not accept it eventually quit playing the game. And those are probably the people that put the negative reviews on Steam, complaining about poor optimization, when Capcom literally told you to turn on frame gen and quit complaining. So it's like, you know, I don't know what's wrong with these people, but it's like maybe they don't deserve to play Monster Hunter Wilds. I mean, that's their problem. It's a personal problem. But anyway, yeah, I agree in the sense that some games play much better with frame gen. And Monster Hunter Wilds is literally the poster boy of, like, this game plays so much better with frame gen compared to like turning off frame gen. And it's wild that that is where we're at. But that is a preview. Monster Hunter Wilds is like the canary in the coal mine. It is a sign of the times. It is going to prove to us that in time, frame gen is going to turn into a necessity. I wouldn't be surprised if games that come out in the next 2 years default to having frame gen turned on, unless you have a graphics card that is too old to support FSR frame gen, because that works on like everything. And then they'll give you like some kind of warning message like your GPU, you can't do it or whatever. But yeah, anyway, that is where we're going to end the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the discussion. If you're new to the channel, do get subscribed. Do hit the bell icon so you get notified when I do the Tech Thursdays live stream. Otherwise, you can catch us every Thursdays at, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific time. That's when we go live. We try to hit that window where most people can watch in the evening outside of the work hours. And we do gaming-focused live streams on the weekend, typically. So it's usually either going to be tomorrow. So usually like Friday evening or Saturday evening. It's one or the other, usually. So it depends on my availability. But you can... That's why I recommend hitting the bell icon, so you get notified. Like, if you want to actually tune in and hang out with the chat, you're going to hang out with me while I play either... Currently, we've been playing Death Stranding 2 on the PlayStation 5 Pro. I don't know if I'm going to stream that this weekend. I kind of feel like playing something else. So maybe we'll do Monster Hunter Wilds. The Monster Hunter Wilds stream that I did recently, I think was one of my best live streams, like in terms of the discussion, the technology discussion that took place in the first half of that stream. So maybe we'll do Monster Hunter Wilds again, because that seems to be a very, how should I say this? Monster Hunter Wilds is a very divisive game, like for the gamer, like the PC gamer crowd. Some people think it's amazing. Some people think it's game of the year. Some people think it's trash. Some people think it's an unoptimized mess. Some people think that it is just an average game. So, but I think that is a really good one, because it is basically Hogwarts Legacy's replacement at this point. And for those of you who have been watching the channel for a couple of years, you guys know what I mean when I say the Hogwarts Legacy stream. Like, that basically means that I attempt to play Hogwarts Legacy, but I end up talking to chat, or we go off on tangents talking about random stuff the whole time. So I literally accomplish nothing in the game. Monster Hunter Wilds is kind of like that. It's gotten that kind of vibe from me. So, when are you going to play Expedition 33? I already played Expedition 33. We already beat the game on stream, and I already got both endings. I don't know if that was a spoiler saying there's multiple endings, but I do need to. So, okay, I still need to beat like Simon in Expedition 33. So maybe there is a reason for me to revisit that game. But I've just been preoccupied with like Elden Ring Night Rain. Elden Ring Night Rain right now is like so good, because Elden Ring Night Rain right now, most of the people who are bad at the game are not playing the game anymore. So the only people, well, there's still a couple of people that are either new or they're not really, but most of the people that I've grouped up with randoms actually know what they're doing. And I have had mostly successful runs in Night Rain. So right now, like, if you're someone who just wants to like get all the Night Rain content out of the way, like you want to get all the Remembrance quests, you want to get every single Night Lord cleared, including the optional like extreme fights, now is the time to be playing, because there's a lot of people that are good at the game, playing the game. You should try solo mode. It's great. So we might stream Night Rain again. I think people are probably going to be disappointed hearing that, because they're probably tired of seeing Night Rain. But Night Rain is just so top tier right now. That game keeps getting propelled into like top 5 game of the year. Like, there's so much positive, like, there's so much positive media behind Night Rain right now. It is insane. I don't know how like From Software always manages to do this, guys. But everything that I have heard is now indicating that Elden Ring Night Rain might end up being Game of the Year. Like, it's stupid, I know, but it's like, wow. From Software. If From Software wins Game of the Year again, it's almost like they're undefeatable. Although technically last year they lost to Astrobot but it was because the whole controversy about Shadow of the Erdtree is a DLC and a DLC shouldn't win Game of the Year. It's like, that was like the one, like, foul. Oh, it's like it fouled out because it was a DLC, but it was still nominated for Game of the Year. So, but I can pretty much guarantee Night Rain is gonna be on the list for Game of the Year. That game is on fire. It is so good right now. Man, it's good. In fact, I don't know, like, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I think I actually enjoyed playing Night Rain more than I enjoyed playing Shadow of the Erdtree last year. That's how good Night Rain is. It is fantastic. It is fantastic. So, it is literally right up there with Death Stranding 2 and Expedition 33 and I want to say Monster Hunter Wilds, but a lot of people seem to bash Monster Hunter Wilds. But you guys look at the sales numbers. And a lot of this preliminary stuff is about sales numbers, popularity, the gamer's perception, the public's perception, you know, like the quality of the game, how it did in the reviews. And you look at these games, Night Rain, E33, Death Stranding 2, those three in particular are like the front runners. Those are like gold, silver, bronze in any particular order right now. And my goodness, that Night Rain game. Oh man, if you have not played Elden Ring Night Rain, wow, that game is so good. The way I see it, if you have a PlayStation 5, you should be playing Death Stranding 2. If you don't have a PlayStation 5, you should be playing Elden Ring Night Rain. It's that simple. Or E33 if you haven't played it yet. But it's like, man, that game is good. That game is good right now. Wow. Doom Dark Ages is way too divided. The fan base on that is way too divided. So I don't think it's gonna win anything. AGZ saying it won't win over Death Stranding 2. I mean, it might not win over Death Stranding 2, but you can rest assured it'll be on the list. See? Someone's already bashing Dark Ages. That's what I mean. It was too divisive. All right, we're gonna go. If I don't end the stream here, we're gonna end up talking for like another hour. So this discussion that we're talking about right now, though, for those of you that are new to the channel, the sort of stuff that we're talking about right now about games is exactly the sort of thing that we talk about on the weekend live streams. So if you're into gaming, because I know like not everyone that watches my Tech Thursdays show or my tech videos, not everybody is into the gaming side of the house, but if you are, and you like this sort of open discussion format that we do on this channel regarding like the gaming market, the industry at large, and analyzing like, oh, who's going to be on Game of the Year list or whatever. Sometimes we do other things that are more open-ended. You might want to tune into these streams because some of these streams get pretty insane crazy sometimes. Like the last one we did with Elden Ring Night Rain, I went solo mode and killed the final day 3 boss in like one cycle. It was insane. And I didn't even think I was going to do it that fast. But yeah. Wow. All right, guys. So we'll be back on the weekend for it's going to be one of those three. It's going to be one of the games that's going to be Game of the Year. That's all I'll say. I'll have to think about if we're going to try to like look into Expedition 33 again. Or if we're going to do some weird like choose some weird computer to stream Monster Hunter Wilds and see how it runs. I don't know about that. I got to look up like how I'm going to build that computer. Anyway, that's what you can look forward to on the next live stream that's coming this weekend. So stay tuned for that. If you're new to the channel, do hit the bell icon so you get notified when I go live if you want to participate in the discussion. And otherwise, thanks for tuning in, everyone, and I will catch you guys next week on Tech Thursdays or on the weekend live stream, either or both. Until then, take care, and I will see you then. Thanks.